Okay, let me edit some stuff real quick. Diablo 4. Diablo 4. Rogue. Death Trout. Gaming. Diablo 4. Save. Dang, has it been out for 2 years already? That is crazy. That is crazy. Right. Okay, we're gonna see what this is like.
This is showing the big U, and I don't know why.
There we go.
Very
Okay.
nice. Now
I
have to
think
fix this.
I think I got mine. Did we do it? Okay.
Kind of.
Okay, sweet.
I'm trying to fix it on my end.
Okay, well, it's working for me, so that's all that matters in life.
What the fuck?
Is that how it goes?
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Isn't that what you've learned from being on the internet recently?
Yeah, definitely. That's how it works.
Is that if it works for someone, that's all that matters?
That's all that matters. Yep.
Yeah, so how you been, Thor?
It's weird
well,
hearing people call him Thor.
I hear that. So I don't.
I never like. I don't know. I don't watch him that much. So, but yeah, it's weird that his gamer tag or whatever is Thor, but he's PirateSoftware.
Really follow much of, internet drama. So, are you want to talk about what's been going on, or you want to like not talk? Oh, which is like totally fine.
I don't even know where to start with it.
Oh my gosh.
What's
Well, I
going
think
on?
They're
I've
just
recently-
getting right
I
into
recently
it.
have actually been dealing with the ferret rescue, so I guess we could start with that. 'Cause it's
Okay.
some recent stuff. We had, and this kind of ties back into it too. So we had 2 deaths in the rescue this last week, which is rough, and like I'm finding because we're at about 60 ferrets now. We hover around 60, and we lose about 1 to 2 a month because it's.
Thanks thinking me a beta update. We've discovered a bug that prevented testers from completing the first quest in Dreadwaste, and therefore continuing the Dreadwaste storyline. We expect to fix this and make Dreadwaste available in our next beta build. Okay, they're unlocking some zones. Challenge modes. What level is your panda? Wait, what? There's nothing about challenge modes here. There's not even anything about challenge modes. I'm level 90. What about you? There's no challenge mode stuff there.
It's a rescue, and that's kind of how it works. You get animals in that are really messed up, really bad.
How you doing? What's up, man?
Position, and that's kind of how it goes. And I'm finding that I can't
It's implied.
emotionally connect with every animal. You just can't do it. It's not humanly possible to do that because you're going to lose them.
Oh
You
my
can't,
god.
like absorb that at all times. It's not like a healthy thing to do.
I don't know if I can watch this. Why is it lagging? How do I fix that? How do I fucking fix that, Dan? Settings. Accessibility. Or I could just listen to it. That's so frustrating. Am I getting killed? Whoa. I heard some I heard some gameplay and I was like, "Oh my god, I must have pulled, but somebody was following." Hello. Hello, Zelmindy. How's it going? Thanks for the follow. Oh, and my overlays are stacking. Okay, more problems. Let's see. Which one is that? I forgot to take my pants off. Let's see. I think it's stream alerts. I'll turn that off. trying to get this stuff to not lag. Okay, what if I properties force SDR. I think we might just listen to the sound, honestly. Just kind of treat it like a podcast.
And I've been going through that through like the last couple of them, but the last one really messed me.
Otherwise, it's just gonna lag. Yeah, it's fine. We'll listen to it.
Up because it was Ghost, and Ghost is she was one of the first rescue ferrets, and this animal was like physically abused badly originally. And when I went to go pick her up, she was like one of the first ones that I went to go pick up. Normally they'd give.
I wonder if anyone is immediately on his ass, and like that's so sad. That because like he's. They're going to call it out later in the episode, but he's like literally immediately pulling a sympathy card. I wonder how people react to that. It's like, that's really difficult, but I know he calls it out later. I saw a clip of that.
Like, hey,
how's it going,
sorry,
Zelmindy? Thank you.
I feel like a bad person. You talk to him about it, and then they give you the animal, and there's like crying and whatever, right? And then you take the animal, and then they want to reach out and know how they're doing and everything like this, because it's usually a person surrendering because they just can't take care of them. This one, I go to the house and I'm like, hey, I'm here to pick her up, and this person just did this and like handed this ferret to me like this, and it's covered in shit.
Oh my
god!
Just
feces all over the body, and I'm like, do you have like a carrier? And they're like, nah. And emaciated, covered in feces. Ear mites, visible ear mites. It was awful.
Yes.
And it was just she's scratching herself. She had like it was bad, dude.
Oh my god.
Yes, they touch on his.
And,
they touch on everything in this episode. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I've saw a couple of clips, and they talk about some stuff. Yeah, and so I wanted to watch this because I found it fascinating, and I was talking about it in Discord earlier today. That's uncomfortable. Is it uncomfortable? Is it uncomfortable? I guess we'll see if it's uncomfortable. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to purely hate. Listen, I'm here for the Pirate Software redemption arc, okay? I'm here for human progress. I don't know, something. I'm here for like us being introspective and being able to realize our issues.
We fix her up, and then we find that she is deeply afraid of other.
Is this uncomfortable?
She can't be near the ferrets at all.
Almost as uncomfortable as you neglecting your druid and your push for rank 1.
And then
dude, okay. All right. I don't think I'm going to get rank 1. All right. I was excited about pushing the pits real high, but here's the thing. Let me tell you. Can I tell you? Hold on. Can you just let me fucking for a second? Okay? Listen. This is the fastest farmer in the game. Okay? If I want to get Paragon levels, all right? If I wanted to get to level 300, this is the character I would play. Right here. Okay? Well, it's not even this one. Can I tell you what I have been doing, actually? Don't remember which board I'm supposed to go to. Let me go to this over here real quick. Explosive is on the Deadly Ambush board. Okay, so we're going to go to abilities. Okay. And then we have Explosive. And this is Dance Macabre. Okay, this is Deadly Ambush right here. And then this is Headhunter. Whoa. Why is it not going in there? Am I retarded? Why? Oh, is it because I'm in a pit? Playing Expedition 33 off stream? No. I'm not. I'm going to stream the whole thing. Yeah. I'm going to do a whole playthrough on that. I'm really excited about it. All right? I'm really excited about it. Do you not support me in my Diablo journey? Do you not like this game, Doink? Why is that not letting me go there? What is going on? Headhunter. That was so weird. That was weird as fuck. All right. I don't like this game, but I support the push for rank 1. I actually really like this game. I've made up my mind. I like this game. I think, you know what this game does better than any other MMO or ARPG? Can I tell you? This game has the best multiplayer. Monetization over content. That is true. They do monetize over content. That is true. All right.
She'd bite them and immediately pee and poop, which is not a normal response for a social animal. It's like very clearly something has gone wrong. She came from like some kind of an abusive household situation. We've never seen a ferret do that ever. And I worked for, I want to say...
Are my boss powers on?
It's like 2 years
They're
now.
not.
It had to be like 2 years of working with this animal every day, trying to like get her to integrate with the others, and she never would do it. But she was just so sweet, and I just played with her every day because they need kind of social interaction. And
How did she respond to humans?
Great. Totally fine with humans. She was afraid of being picked up at first, which is kind of common because people don't know how to handle them, and then they get afraid of hands. It's like a normal thing. But she's fine with humans. She was terrified of animals. It's very strange.
Dude, ferrets, have you ever like held a ferret? Man, they are crazy. They're crazy. Their bodies are so weird. They're so weird.
And it's weird, especially with being afraid.
Oh wait, I don't. I did D3 in a way, but I think D3 did a way better job. You had actual DPS builds. There is a support build. There's like the first ever real support build. There's a druid support build, and you can do a group comp with that. Also, Barbs can play support pretty much. I mean, supportive. Like there's lots of like the shouts and stuff. That exists here. One class, one build. I would say 2. I mean, there are multiple things that multiple people do that buff up other people. Is that what you're talking about? But do you think ZDPS is a good thing in an ARPG? I don't. Why is that the standard of if it's good or not? That's actually, I just completely disagree. Like there still is group synergy here. Maybe it's less.
Afraid of other ferrets. It's very odd, right?
Oh. Okay. I need to take a deep breath. You think it's fun because your class is blowing everyone else out of the water? Yeah, I mean, that was my character. Druid is actually probably the second worst class in the game. I'm not sure why we're arguing. It's still really strong. Now that's definitely not the case. Now that everyone is kind of on this meta train, so Necros, all the Bloodwave and Bonespear Necros should be stronger than me, than my Druid. Like if they're farmed as much, like they would be stronger. If they were playing in as farmed and as optimized as was my other character was. Like that wasn't a class thing. That was just my character was really strong because I put a fuck ton of time into it and like optimized it really well. Like all of the classes besides Spiritborn can be as strong as the Cataclysm Druid. That is like factual. I'm not sure what your point is. I am having fun with the power fantasy. I am having fun, I'm having fun building up these characters and collecting the mythics and going through the item progression, right? That's pretty fun. I was talking to Dan about this, of why I'm enjoying D4 this season. And I think one thing that I'm really kind of enjoying about D4 this season is that in the past, there were so many opportunities where I would be annoyed. When I would get to late game, there'd be this thing that would happen where I would get annoyed. And it was the late game farming pattern where it was like, okay, I want to put a group together for a boss. That's the best way to do it. Doing a boss rota. The rotas were annoying in general. They were clunky. The only way to get them was they didn't even have the group finder. So that was annoying. So you had to go on the Discord. You had to find people to play with or whatever, unless you had friends, which would be great. And then, thanks for your help with Sundar today. Dude, completely, man. I was sitting in my chair what is this? Why is this guy hopping in here and just backseating this guy? That's crazy. Yeah. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. That was rough. But I think the short of it is that I am way less annoyed with the friction in the boss ladder this season. It's a lot easier to engage with. I don't think it's that good. First of all, I do think it's better. It's not amazing. Doing the boss farming this season feels way less. There's way less friction there. It still devolves into one-shotting the boss and looting the boss or whatever. But there is a small little window of where you do have to legitimately fight the boss, and you do have to do the mechanics. We're pretty much past that point with everyone's gear right now. But in the past, there was a lot of friction there where I would get annoyed. And right now, that's not really happening. There's a couple of annoyances. My most annoying part is this alt reroll thing, to farm mythics is kind of annoying. I don't really like that, but I'm pretty much done with it now, so it's not really a barrier for me. Generally, there's just a couple of gripes I have of the boss ladder stuff, but right now, I don't know. It's just probably, I will straight up say that this is the best state Diablo has probably ever been in. And I straight up mean that. And I know there's a lot of people who don't like the game, and that's fine or whatever, but I'm having fun, and that's that. I'm not even playing a druid right now. So the whole being stronger than everyone when everyone else is playing rogue or sork or necro, and those classes are stronger than druid anyways. It's not but that is true. I was having a lot of fun being powerful. Yeah. I think what's even more true is that druid isn't even that fun right now with the cataclysm stuff, because it's kind of a tedious playstyle with the snapshot. But it was really fun being very powerful. And yeah, rogue's really fun too. It's super fast. This playstyle is crazy. I think I have a sour taste in my mouth after spending $180 on the game I never felt finished and didn't have the vision. It definitely doesn't have a vision. I will totally agree with you there. I have got my money's worth out of this game, in my opinion. I've played a fuck ton of Diablo. I mean, just look. I literally deleted 5 characters, right? But look how many fucking characters I've played every season. I have so many different characters that I've leveled up. Just every fucking season, I just level a character and I go through the story and I have a good time. I'm having fun. I'm not sure. Is this the best game ever? No. Does it have a lot of fucking problems? Absolutely yes. Does it do some things really well? I think so. I think it does some things really well. Honestly, I think the item chase in this game right now is way better than PoE's item chase. It's not as good as Last Epoch's. I think the crafting in this game is actually better than PoE's right now. PoE's is in shambles, and I really like PoE. Like, I think the end game is generally worse than both of those games, but I think the multiplayer and the gameplay is better than either of those. So if we're like going to straight up compare the game, I think Blizzard takes a lot of W's. Now, when you start to talk about monetization and, you know, content, this game is clearly slacking, and it's very obvious that they are holding things for the expansion, and they're gonna probably charge you $40-$60, whatever it is, to play the new expansion where they add a bunch of content, and it's also still gonna feel flat. And it is like there are problems. But like, if I am objectively looking at the game for what it is, and when I'm playing it, I'm having fun, and I think it's a good game. I actually just do. Like, if I remove those factors of like Blizzard sucks, the monetization is weird, you know, which honestly I don't even engage with. You know what I mean? I don't even fucking do anything with it. Like, I mostly, like, maybe I'll buy the battle pass, like I do sometimes buy the battle pass, and I'm generally happy with whatever I bought. Like, I'm like, oh, I'm enjoying the season. Okay, I'll spend $10 to get all, like, this armor set, this mount, this portal, this pet. Okay, I'm having fun. It's like, whatever. Like, I agree, Blizzard's fucking evil. I agree, Diablo's, like, clearly prioritizing monetization over gameplay. But, like, if I'm objectively looking at the game, what I'm doing, what I'm engaging with, how I'm playing it, I'm having a good time. Like, I'm actually, this is my favorite season I've played. I'm probably close to the end because I've already put in who fucking knows how much time. I'm fucking Paragon 255 with, like, literally 5 characters. Like, a lot of them are the same class because of this fucking reroll thing. But, like, I've farmed out almost, well, probably 4 or 5 mythic, like, crafts at this point, you know, a couple of drops. Like, I've killed the bosses hundreds of times. Like, I've done everything the game has to offer. I'm just kind of min-maxing characters now, and I'm probably pretty much ready to move on. But, like, you know, that's just my breakdown on if I think the game is shit. I don't think it's bad. I actually think it's pretty fun. Yeah, sorry. Hey, Crocky, what's up, man? So, are you still there? Yeah, dude, I'm too freaking nice. I hope that was totally okay for me to confront him in the chat. I hope that was okay. I felt like it needed to be said. Otherwise, he was gonna fucking dominate your social, like, in the Discord. Like, that was hard. That was hard. I'm not sure if you're still there or not, but that was difficult. Okay, we're gonna join some Belial. So right now I'm gonna go engage in this weird like, this is how easy it is to get into a group for a boss. I agree that this shouldn't be like the main loop. Boss layers. We're gonna do Belial. Like, this whole system that they added though does make it way better. Like, I just click join. I am in a group, and we use, like, it doesn't matter how many keys I have or don't have. Holy shit, that guy is the Lich King over there. That guy is straight up fucking Lich King. It's so that you're having fun and enjoying it. I am. I like genuinely am. This build is really cool too, and it's been really fun to put together. Like, it has a pretty high ceiling, and, you know, I took that money and I haven't even spent like half of it. I barely even spent half of it. Like, I sold that one item, and then I bought these pants. I bought this chest. I bought, I had this one. I bought, like, these boots, you know, all from that, like, some gold that I spent on an item. And that's the first time I've really engaged with the the Diablo 4, like, economy. Like, I did a little bit last time, barely. You know, I think I probably bought 1 or 2 items. I sold a few items. But, like, I'm buying runes to craft my, you know, crests or whatever. And I don't even think that, like, that's all good or whatever. But it's still, you know, a lot of people give this game shit for not having any depth. But Oh shit, I did not think that was gonna one-shot me. This guy's name is the Lich Queen. That's actually hilarious. Alright, well. We were limit testing right there. Yeah, res me. Res me. Yeah, I'm sorry if this isn't what you guys want to watch, or if anybody doesn't want to watch it. But the fact is, I'm having a lot of fun playing it, so I'm almost done. Okay, I'll be done soon. I'll be done soon. All right, so yeah, this build basically has like infinite teleports. This I do like Death Trap, which is the rogue ultimate ability, and it's down to 0 cooldown. Like everything, a permanent shadow imbuement. I can like perma dash. I want to see the rank 1 push. I mean, the rank 1 push would involve literally like getting to max Paragon. You know what I mean? Like I have my glyphs all pretty much like right on the cusp of level 100, but I don't know if it's something I want to do. Like it doesn't like honestly, I was enjoying. I was like min-maxing the druid as much as I could. I was having fun min-maxing the druid as much as I could, and then I hit a point where I was like at a wall where I wasn't really improving my character too much. And you know, Exiled was like talking about playing alts and stuff, and I was like, all right, I want to play an alt. And so I hopped on an alt and I started having fun. And honestly, like if I wasn't interested in doing some other things, I probably would go play another alt. Like especially because I've got all these freaking mythics now. Like I have the helm, I have this Doombringer, I'm gonna have the ring in a minute. Let's see, we got anything good? I don't think there's anything good here. Banished Lords with attack speed and core skills. That's probably pretty good. Yeah, the rank 1 push would be just a lot of grinding. Like, I could push for some high pits. And I've been kind of prepping to do so. Like, I've been making this character probably the best speed farmer that it could possibly be. You know, like I've got like 90% of the way there, probably 95% of the way there to like BIS gear. Like, I don't know, probably like 90% because there's like triple GAs and stuff, but like all the items with all the stat priorities with the GA, at least on one of them, sometimes 2 affixes, right? Like this has 2 affixes, this has 2 affixes, this has 2 affixes. Like double GAs are hard to come by. Triple GAs are extremely rare, and quadruple GA is like nearly impossible. Like you know how fucking rare that one is. Like it barely ever exists. All right, I think I need to go why is it not letting me open? I'm gonna go sell. Okay, let's keep listening to this. He's talking about his ferret right now. One of the ferret rescues.
So it probably a neglect situation where she was just left in a cage with another ferret and learned to be afraid of them because it's all learned behavior. They're super social. So, but a couple of weeks ago, she suddenly started coughing, and it turned out she had Hodgkin-like lymphoma.
Okay.
Which is hyper-aggressive cancer. It killed her in about 2 weeks.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
no way out. Couldn't save her. Couldn't do anything. We normally get months for that. We can do chemo, all kinds of stuff, but it just killed her. And
That is
going
sad.
into like how that ties in with stuff is we've got people that are really pissed off at me over like World of Warcraft from about 100 days ago. It was on January 14th.
Okay.
And they're mad because I ran out of a dungeon in Hardcore WoW. Specifically because our group was wiping. It's
Thor,
every
can you,
man for
can
himself.
you turn up your volume some?
Is
Okay.
that? I think that's as loud as it can go. What if you do it on this one?
Dang, this guy's selling
I
this
don't know
for
if I
30
can.
bill?
Yeah,
That's
let me
actually
see, 'cause
really
it's
good.
easier.
Probably
almost
worth
redlining
30 bill.
online.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, he's quiet, right? Yeah, so he's saying he's jacked up as high as he can go.
Dude, this, like, I always find it so weird how he takes, like, the phone calls. Like, what is that? Like, somebody calls him to, like, instead of, like, messaging him on Discord, they straight up call, like, he's on the phone right now. I know it's not showing it because for whatever reason, when I try to show this on my computer, it just lags me into oblivion. Only when I play these, like, RPGs, though. I gotta figure that out. But he's like, I've seen this happen. I watch this guy all the time. Not all the time, but I watched him a lot whenever he came out. And he just has, like, this person who kind of, like, quality controls his stream that just straight up calls him. And so he takes a phone call in the middle of the stream. It's so funny. Instead of, like, I don't know, messaging on Discord or something.
So should I turn my volume down and just tell stream to turn up the volume? He's jacked up to 200% on Discord.
Well, that's weird.
That's crazy.
Is it your headphones?
How would it be his headphones? Oh, I mean, I guess.
Okay.
Let me
I can
open.
totally do that.
Let me open.
Let me
They're saying that I sound good on your stream.
Oh, I got a max resource one. I got a mythic, guys.
Let me see. So they're saying I find volume is good. Okay, they're saying it's fine. So I think we fixed it. You're both low as usual. Okay, cool. Thank you, chat.
Chat.
I don't know. I think he sounds buttery smooth, dude. Like butter.
That's super funny.
Okay.
Yeah, so this whole thing started with, like, World of Warcraft Classic back in January. And it was part of this thing called OnlyFangs, and you kind of meme around.
There he is. They're getting right into it.
The character dies, you lose it forever. But it's a character in a video game.
They're getting right into it.
In this dungeon, and the call was made to run, but it's kind of before that is we.
He's not doing a great job of explaining it. I wonder if he kind of goes back on this a little bit. Because, like, he is framing it in such a way that he doesn't look like bad at all. But I guess we'll see where he takes this.
We did the dungeon before that in a group, and we failed. And it was like, oh shit, everybody's running, everyone's freaking out, and we all made it out alive on that one. So we decided to go back in. Probably shouldn't have done that. When you have a group that falls apart like that, you probably shouldn't do it again. But we went back in, and on this one, a poll was made that was way too big. We weren't ready for it, and then all of us fucked up. Like, every single one of us did, including me. And I talked about it online for it. But there was a pinnacle
I don't know why it keeps, like,
moment where
freezing.
One of the guys said, run, run, run. So we all ran, because you're letting a guy be a shot caller. And then as I ran, he goes, why are you running, to me? And I'm like, I could be a dick right now and be like, you told us to run, right? I could just, like, reflect that, be like, what are you talking about? Like, you did that. And I was like, what do you want me to do for you? Right? And I said, what do you want me to do for you? Look at
You can tell. Oh my gosh. You can tell he's probably went over this story so many times, dude. Dang, dude, this is crazy for the rep.
my mana, because it was mostly out of mana, but I had resources that I could have done for it. And I tried to make, like, kind of a light of the situation, and I was mostly irritated. It was an irritation response, not like a real accurate response. And it turned into this massive meme. And there's people in chat getting banned for it right now, even. So for over 100 days now, these people that spam mana gem and you're out of resources and run away from your friends and all this kind of shit.
Oh, man.
And the thing that's crazy about that is, tying back into the ferret stuff, is when Ghost died, my YouTube got littered with comments.
Thor neglects to talk about his entire mage arsenal that should have been able to help his friends, or about the times he berated other mages for not knowing what to do in clutch situations. Yeah, I feel like we need a third party. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that Dr. K could really understand that context of the situation. But the thing that I think he probably will and probably does understand is the social dynamic aspect of it. all that he needs to know is that there is a disagreement in what he should have done versus like a majority of the community. And maybe he could like at least kind of perceive that part of it and not like all this other stuff. You know, he's trying to explain it and it's leaving out so much context that doesn't really even matter.
Saying Ghost died because she was out of mana.
Oh my
And
god.
that's the shit that I'm getting
Oh.
every day now. Because
Yeah, people are fucking toxic, bro. Like they take it so far, man. Yeah. That would be annoying for sure. That would be annoying for sure. But that kind of goes back to the whole thing of like he plays the sympathy card on it so much, but like, you know, it's got to be how impossible that is to deal with like people being assholes on the internet, right? To you en masse. Like I don't even know how someone can handle that. Like that has got to be crazy hard.
these aren't people that give a shit about World of Warcraft. They're
Internet anonymity is the worst thing that ever happened. Fucking true, man.
not people that give a shit about those characters. They're not people that care about any of this stuff. They just want to hate me, and they're doing everything they possibly can to do that in the most vicious and fucked up way I've ever seen. And it is thousands of people. It is not a small amount of people. It is thousands. And I get this shit every day. And then there's people that come in and they go, oh, it's so funny.
I
I
hate
just said
this
man
game.
in his chat and I got banned. It's like, yeah, we banned 50,000 people on Twitch alone for this shit. 50,000 accounts so far for that. And about 14,000 have gotten unbanned because they put an unban request because they're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. It's like, dude, this is crazy. It's been going on for over 100 days now. I think it's like, yes, it's about over 100 now. And it's not just
It's
that.
still
it's
going
spiraled
on,
into
huh?
Other things where people made all kinds of wild ass accusations.
It's got to
on
have
me.
slowed down a
They tried to
little
say I was
bit.
a pedophile at one point because I had a
Look at all my whole party fucking died right now. There's no way it's still like going so strong, right?
friend back when I was like 19 and they were like 17. We're still friends today. We're both almost 40. And they tried to make up allegations about the two of us, and she had to come out, or he had to come out and say, like, no, this is bullshit. That never happened. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? So, like, we keep getting, like, these... basically, I got gish galloped for a while, where it's like...
What does that mean?
Shitload of weird... gish gallop is like, I say a whole bunch of lies about you, and you can't respond fast enough, so it looks like they're true. Is basically the way that it felt. So it was like a whole bunch of, like...
I mean, people still flame Summit 1 for the Molotov death in CS that happened a decade ago. Oh, I'm freaking lagging, dude. I've never seen that. Internet mobs will perpetuate this shit forever. That's true. What happened with that situation? Molotov death. You know what it makes me think about is the Wreckful thing. Do you know about the Wreckful thing? How he missed Lethal at BlizzCon and Hearthstone tournament? And people would constantly, like, make fun of him for it. That is what it reminds me of.
Back to back, but he gets
Alright. Let me watch this.
caught trying to trade out a gun. Fugly fought
Okay. Put this up here.
another one. Jason R trades it back, and now it's Summit in the 1v1 to try and close this out against Fugly. Fugly playing it aggressively now, but Summit's gonna clutch it, and Slice will close out map number 1, 16-11.
He didn't realize.
Oh wait, what? 11.
Wait, what?
1v1 to try and close this out against Fugly. Fugly playing it aggressively now, but Summit's gonna clutch it. And
Oh, he
Slice
walks into the
will close
Molotov
out
and
map
dies.
Number 1, 16-11. Oh wait, what?
Okay then.
No. What happened? Oh no, Summit! No!
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Oh my god. That's fucking brutal, man. What the fuck, man? shit.
Weird accusations all at the same time as quickly as possible. And it's weird because when you fight against them, I found something that's really odd to me is I've never seen this before on the internet. Normally, when you ignore stuff, it kind of goes away. You can't ignore things now. If you ignore something like that, people immediately think it's true.
He didn't ignore it, though. I feel like he didn't ignore it. Or is he talking about, like, beforehand? I think if he would have ignored it and downplayed it a little bit, like, just been like, yeah, I messed up or whatever, he definitely didn't ignore it. Like, or maybe it was just so aggressive those first couple of days. And, like, the situation, oh, I can't. What's the party? Boss layer. You just make one. I don't. One sec. Yeah, we're gonna need someone to get us in there, huh?
When it's serious allegations like that, you have to respond. So immediately responded to it, shut it down. When I did that, there was a very large number of people to go, no one thought that was real anyway. And then there was a whole other group of people to go, oh, you're fighting it, which means it's true.
I
It's
see.
like, where is this coming from? It's like the most whiplash, strange behavior that I've seen on that stuff pretty much ever. And it kind of freaked me out, man. But yeah, it's invested internet trolling. Yeah, I think it's the most invested that I've seen with this kind of stuff. It reminds me a lot of like Coney 2012, which is just like they've absorbed into their personality that they need to kill me by whatever means. Right? And when I say kill, I mean it. Like I've gotten swatted over this. I've had weird phone calls to my phone where they're
Okay. That's too much. Hey Spark, can you TP to the boss? You haven't done the seasonal part. Feel like I don't know, that's not an exaggeration, but what is that? That's exactly the thing that he's literally talking about. How do we get there? Just let him teleport, man. Let's see.
they're trying to like set me up to try to get me arrested and all kinds of shit. I've had death threats, thousands of death threats over this, which is just insane. It's weird, man. Like I've never seen this kind of vitriol for something that's just so not a big deal, and for such a long period of time too.
Yeah, so I'm kind of curious. So first of all, that sounds insane.
It is.
It is insane.
Like, you know, I've certainly seen that there are people who. I don't think people on the internet realize how much power they have to really like mess up someone. So there's this perception that, okay, if you're like successful or famous, that I don't know if this makes sense. It's like almost like the things that you have going well in life are in the same HP pool as the psychological attacks. But that's not how it works. Right? So like I can have a really, really, really strong biceps, but that doesn't protect me from like Hodgkin's lymphoma. Like it just like the dimensions of a human being, and maybe people understand this, right? So like you can have some dimension of your life going well, and if some other dimension of your life like goes really, really bad, there's a certain amount of resilience that carries through with like the human body. But generally speaking, you know, having a great relationship doesn't make up for a toxic boss. It can help you withstand it. And I think the other big thing that people don't really appreciate is that, like, you know, when someone has an emotional thing that happened to them, like it sounds like you lost a ferret that you were very closely attached to and had sort of connected with, and when they kind of like attack you in that way, like that's very like hurtful.
Well, I mean, it's intended to be, and like, I think what it came to is like I can identify that and be like, okay, this is an unreasonable attack, right? There's kind of like reasonable attacks for like, hey, I'm upset at you for like legitimate reasons. This is why I'm upset at you, and we go, okay, cool. We either resolve that or we don't resolve it, and we kind of go from there, right? And then there's unreasonable attacks, which I think that is an unreasonable attack of like going in and be like, your ferret's out of mana.
Gotta go do some stuff around the house. I'll be back whenever you push for rank 1. All right, man. It's probably not gonna happen because I don't think anyone really likes watching me play Diablo. But I am enjoying min-maxing my character, and I probably will do a pit push and see how high I can get. But I don't think I'm gonna be able to do as well as those crazy fucking people that have like been just main in the same character the whole time.
That's why it died. Like I
want to get some more Paragon levels though.
To just it's designed to get in your head. It's designed to fuck you up. There's no someone trying to fix a scenario there. They just want to hurt you, right? And so I kind of package those in different ways. But yeah, no, they still hit you. There's no dodging that.
So what I'm kind of curious about, Thor, is like, so first of all, I don't think that what you're going through is, I guess, justified. I mean, it's not my place to judge, but also like,
yeah,
I it sounds like what you did was, I'm still not quite sure. You made a snide comment and then ran away in a hardcore dungeon?
I made a snide comment as we were escaping the dungeon, and 2 people died in that runaway.
Okay.
And that was it. And then all the people in 5. This is the funny part. The person who made the rude comment to me at the first place, it was like, "Why are you running?" He ended up getting caught in some other drama with it that I don't even know what happened, and I stepped away from it because I was like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I'm out. Right. After all that shit. But what ended up happening right after that was it just exploded, man. Like it just detonated into the sun of just like people.
Am I lagging, dude?
I feel unreasonably angry because to me it's like, that's a character in a video game. We just go make new characters, and you just the whole point.
Okay, man. He's not wrong. He's not. Oh, man, he still doesn't understand. Like, do you think he gets it? Like that it's not. That's not why everyone's mad. They're mad about the way he acted.
The whole motto for that entire thing was we go
he still
again.
doesn't get it.
Your character dies.
So I think that this is where things get like if you're open to talking about this, like I think it could be helpful, because I think there's 2 things that can be true at the same time. One is that the amount of hate that you've received is not acceptable. That,
fair.
I think is true. Like in this moment, I believe that to be true. Like that's not okay.
Yes.
And
oh my god, this is going to be so juicy.
Describing the story and the response that you got, there's a big gap there that I think does not. So even if it's unfair, it seems like
he's calling him out for leaving out details. That's kind of crazy. Even though he doesn't even, does he know? Did he do some fucking research or something? How does he know?
Thing missing to evoke. So what I'm thinking is like,
he's because that wouldn't just be like the whole internet is mad. It has to be something else. Like he is putting that together, which totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. All right. Banished Lords. We've got. None of this stuff is what I want to keep. That's for sure. Okay. I'm going back. Okay, I want to make sure that my shit's not spamming. Okay.
Hardcore raid and people die. Sometimes there's a weird situation on the internet where it's like Tinder catches fire and then things get blown out of proportion.
Sure.
So there's absolutely like an unfairness to that, but I'm also imagining and thinking about my experiences on the internet, and the way that you're describing it seems so. There's no question that things are like objectively, in my mind anyway. Maybe I'm wrong here, but there's no way in my mind that you deserve what is happening to you, because I don't believe that someone getting death threats is warranted for anything that happens in World of Warcraft. I just don't think that that's like, I cannot envision a scenario in which those 2 points get connected. And at the same time,
I do understand the route that it carried, though, and I can't explain that anyway.
Yeah, so that's because I think that like the nerve that you, so what I'm getting is that you struck a nerve. You really pissed a lot of people off. And
you really
running away
did, man.
in a hardcore wipe, like a hardcore raid that is wiping, I do not think is the nerve that you struck. Does that make sense?
No, it was the fact that I was smug on the way out, because I made the comment that I made was made with a smug face, right? Because like at that point it was like,
I don't think he gets it.
group
It's
that already wiped
everything.
once.
It's like, it's his whole personality, and it's simple as the ability to accept fault and be wrong, right? That's literally all that it is. That's literally all that it is. Holy shit. This is hard to watch, actually, because he still doesn't get it. That's actually crazy.
We were in the process of wiping again.
Either he doesn't get it, or he does get it and he doesn't want to give in on that, because then he loses, is how he feels, maybe. But I don't think so.
I'm like, dude,
That's what everybody wants.
everybody who's involved in this is screwing up.
That's
Why
absolutely
are you
true.
calling out just me specifically?
That's
I'm gonna
absolutely
make a
true.
smug comment in response, and then it turned into, this is just this guy's fault. This is just my fault. Shouldn't have made a smug comment for it. Know that, obviously. But the response for this to be 100 days of this and all these crazy allegations being made against me, that's
Actually, yeah.
doesn't make sense.
It's true as
So
well.
You made you made the smug comment on stream?
Oh yeah, no, all this was live.
Okay, so
Everything
this was live. And then was there some kind of aftermath? So usually when this
so-
stuff happens, it's like, if things go to Twitter, that's when people, I think, really dig themselves
It's
into
worse.
a hole.
No, it didn't go to like I posted a post on Twitter saying, hey, this is all this stuff. I said in there like, hey, this, everybody screwed up, including myself. This is everything that was going on, and that was that. And I have the post if we can go pull it up. I'm gonna grab it. Whoop.
So what I'm curious about is the people who got mad at you at the beginning. I'm not talking about the death threat folks. The people who got mad at you at the beginning, what were they mad about?
They were mad that I was being smug. That was like the general initial catalyst for it. The problem was, what I ended up seeing is a whole bunch of content creators, because this is a content guild, they took a whole bunch of clips of me to make it look as exaggerated as
I think a lot of people had the full context and they still dislike it. I do think that it probably is, that is true. But also, yeah.
possible, and then turn that into content all over the internet. And they kept pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. Since there's so many content creators pushing it at the same time to try and get as many views as possible, it pushed this narrative, and that spiraled it completely out of control. And when I say making content out of it, one of those creators actually had his child on video with the face blurred out say, PirateSoftware is a disgusting roach. Like, this is wild shit. And that's not a small creator. That's like thousands of viewers, right? So you see this kind of shit, and you're just like, what's wrong with you, man? Like, why are you doing this? I get it. That's why I put out the video of, like, anything for views. And it's like, dude, I get that you're trying to do this for views, but you're doing it to cannibalize people around you in the same space as you. That's not sustainable long term. Maybe they don't care that it's sustainable or not, but that's fucked up. I don't think there's any
I
way
agree.
to describe that, is to try to cannibalize some other creator so you can get a quick view, is nuts to me, man. Especially because throughout that event, I was trying to do things like, hey, let's go make content with this other creator. I was sending our community over to other people. Like one of the people that
Yeah, but
actually,
I think the thing is, like, people find this whole situation fascinating. Like, just shitting on someone blindly and making the memes and stuff. That is probably too harsh, but reacting to it and understanding the whole situation and, you know, like literally getting everyone's take is really interesting. And they want to understand that, you know? That's how I feel, at least. Like, I'm not trying to just shit on them. Obviously, no one even fucking cares. Like, who's going to watch this? But I do find it fascinating, right? Like, it's very interesting.
They turn around and just immediately tried to turn it into memes and views and everything like that and try and go in on me. We had the whole community go over there and gave him a level 25 hype train. Like, just, hey, you guys should support this dude. He's a smaller stream. He's got like 100 viewers. Go and support him. And everybody jumped over there and it was like $20,000 on a hype train, dude. And then immediately switches around and does that shit. And it's like, what? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, so I know this is going to sound weird, Thor, but like I'm getting some missing qualities here. Have you heard that phrase? So,
yeah.
Do you know what missing means? The missing reasons. So I mean we can take a look at your Twitter post if like so I mean I think we've actually got a couple of options here. So like I enjoy talking to you. I like you. I respect you. I think that sometimes streamers make mistakes. And at the same time, I think that something about what you're describing feels like there's a chunk that's missing. So I
think it's because it's all disconnected, timeline-wise.
He's
okay.
He's trying so hard to maneuver around this whole thing, dude. Yeah.
I guess it's hard to describe each individual piece. So the event inside of that dungeon happened. Then afterwards, I got brought into a call with the person who called me out. I left the call because he was shouting over me, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this. I'm not going to have a fight with you. I don't want to deal with it. And I left.
It's just constant
so that kind of
framing and
made
like
that more. And then content creators started to make
his
big deal
favor.
about it. I started to receive death threats in the game from other players. And I said on stream, I'm going to start reporting people for doing this shit. I'm going to go after them. That got clipped, sent out onto the internet. And then when people sent that out on the internet, they tried to say that I was going after other streamers. When in reality, I was going after the people who were sending me death threats. And the only streamers that I reported were ones that had done things like said on stream, I'm going to go to PirateSoftware's community and harass him because I think it's good content. Saying that live on stream, which is like 2 or 3 people. And I don't think that's a wrong thing to report. So they clipped that one, and this all kind of got spread onto Livestream Fail and all these little pieces out of context. I guess the basic way to think about it is, imagine you're driving your car, and there's a guy sitting in the side seat, and he handcuffs you and takes control of the wheel, and you just get to watch the car drive, and no one will listen to you saying, hey, I'm not driving the car. This isn't accurate. They don't listen to that anymore. They just see your car driving in that direction. So they've taken full control of the narrative at that point. I can't do a damn thing about it. And that's what happened on Livestream Phil. And we get that all the time now, too. So, like, anything that I do on stream, this will probably be clipped out of context and put up on Livestream Phil as well. I'm not really surprised if something like that is. And they'll bring it up and go and do that kind of stuff. Yeah. Does that make sense? There's still more.
I would love to hear what...
Dude. They're trying to navigate this. Is so crazy. It's actually crazy. Because I feel like he's saying, like, you're not telling me the whole story. And, you know, Thor is like, yes, I am. Here it is. This is why it doesn't sound like the whole story. It still doesn't sound like the whole story. That still doesn't sound like why everyone on the internet would be mad at you. Oh, it's probably because of this. Still doesn't sound like everyone on the internet would be mad at you. Like,
what else there is. And I think what bothers me the most about this is making sense for me on 2 major levels.
Ooh! Oh my god, already he's connecting it. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh no, that's like fucking brutal, bro. Shit.
Of which I think is... I'm just debating now for a second because I think one of the things
trying to figure out how to confront him.
Hypothesize. I just really have to think about this.
All right.
could really add
Yeah.
fuel to the fire. So I have to think about whether I even want to mention that or not. So let's start with just
That is such a good fucking point, dude. Like, him, and it absolutely fucking has. Wow. That is true, because look what I'm doing right now. I'm literally rehashing this whole thing. This whole thing is getting rehashed. This whole thing is getting rehashed because of this. And I'm hoping, my best case scenario out of this whole thing is like I watch this interview and he finally gets it. And he genuinely has like this heart-to-heart moment where like it all makes sense. He's like, okay, yeah. Like in some character changes, like he has some character development. Like that would be the most satisfying thing for, I think, everybody. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Not me. I want to see him figure it out. That's what I really want to see. You know what I mean? But yeah.
getting more context.
Sure. So after all that live stream fail stuff went off, eventually it started to kind of fall away. But then anytime anything happened with live stream fail, anything, or anytime anything happened with OnlyFans, the guild, I'd get blamed for it. They would think that they thought it was part of some kind of a narrative that I would show back up, and it was like a bit. The whole thing was a bit, and all the hate was a bit. And I was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I'm out. I don't like, I got kicked from the guild. I don't want to deal with any of this. I don't want to be a part of this. And then somebody actually DDoSed Blizzard in the middle of one of the OnlyFans raids to kill the raiders. So they DDoSed a multi-billion-dollar company.
That one is kind of weird because I feel like we still don't really know what the fuck is going on with that, because it wasn't just one single instance. It happens during the world first race. It was happening during the OnlyFans raids. It was happening literally all the fucking time, all over the place in the WoW space. Like, we're still getting random DDoSes today. Like, and we don't know what the fuck is that all up with that, honestly.
Which is wild. Like, that's crazy to me. So they DDoS that, and then I had a ton of people dive into chat saying like, "Oh, you did it. Why did you DDoS OnlyFans? Why did you DDoS OnlyFans?" And then I found out Asmongold
who actually
that, and he was like, "Oh, it was probably PirateSoftware."
Okay,
like, no, that has nothing.
That's
to
a
do with me.
stupid
I
joke.
I said it on stream. I was like, "You can't make those jokes. People believe them. They just believe it, and it's not everybody. Most people realize that a joke, but some people just believe that shit, and then they run with it. That's kind of where that's gone. It's one of the most disturbing things that I've seen. And in my chat right now, we're actually banning constant. So this is definitely already up somewhere.
What are you banning people for?
People that come in and say, like, calling me a roach, because the act of running out of a dungeon is called roaching in the game. Still 100 days. It's been 100 days. People that are spamming Mana Gem, which is the resource item that I could have used in the game at that time.
Oh no,
over and over again.
he's
So
telling
they're
them
just
exactly
constantly. It's just like a constant stream.
exactly what people are getting banned for.
How do you understand that?
How do I understand what?
Why that's happening so much?
What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand.
Yeah. How do you?
Oh my god. He said, yeah. I don't think you do understand. Yeah, this is so hard, actually. Oh my god.
You understand why people keep showing up? You're saying it's happening constantly, right? You're saying that...
Oh, it happens if I talk about it. It happens if I don't talk about it. This is every day. It's just more right now because we're talking about it.
Right. So I understand that it happens every day. It sounds like it's like awful. I don't think
it
you
does
deserve
sound
this.
awful. Absolutely
At the same time, I think that if we want to, we can try to understand it. Is that interesting to you?
Sure. I mean, I think I do understand.
God.
I think it's
Oh my god. Okay. If they can get, there's no way this happens because I've seen. I wonder because some people just don't give a fuck about that shit, right? But I would love for him to like come to an understanding of it. That would be so therapeutic. That'd be so therapeutic for everyone, I feel like.
I think it's become a popular thing. I think that's really what it is. It's become kind of like a
It's a
signpost on
meme.
the internet, like, hey, stop by and do this thing because it's funny.
It's a
And I
meme.
get that. Like, I understand that.
Yeah.
You know, it's because for a lot of these people,
So-
they've never engaged with their community before. They don't know who I am. They're not really interested in who I am. They just want to pop in and say a thing and then get banned, and that's it, right? And some of them are chat hoppers from other communities, from creators that don't like me from that event and have created negative content about me. So they're doing that, and they come over from that community, and they think that that's part of it, you know, or they want to be a part of that in some way. Some people describe it as parasocial within the community, but to be real with you, I think it's just people that want to be part of something. And if that something is just hitting me, like, whatever.
Okay. Can you show me that? Do you feel okay? So like, is this what we're talking about today? Like,
I mean, I guess.
I mean,
You want to know how things are going. This is it.
okay, so I think this has the potential to be great. And the reason for that is, like, I think that there's a lot that everyone who is watching right now can relate to and understand.
Yes. 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 That is exactly why everyone finds this so fascinating, because everybody can either relate to this situation or they know someone who is like this and they're just watching this blow up. Like, this is just human shit, bro. This is just straight up human shit. It's not like some crazy thing, but it's like, yeah, some people are just like this. I don't know.
The thing that I'm concerned about is that I'm going to challenge you in some ways. And
Okay.
the main thing that I'm concerned about is how the way that I challenge you could be clipped out of context,
Yes.
misconstrued,
It's gonna be.
used as
Oh, it will.
evidence
Yeah.
that Thor is the worst human being on the planet. Does that make sense? Like,
I don't know why I keep freaking lagging, man.
I'm actually, like, genuinely concerned about that. That, like,
I almost guarantee that it will.
it
right,
will.
I think we have to
It
make
will.
a decision about. So I think that there is a way. I'm hopeful, but I don't know. I think there is a way that if we have this conversation, it can actually decompress a lot of the emotional energy that's on the internet. But I think
No,
a
I'd be
lot
down
of
to talk about it because,
Huh?
like, it's. I'd be down to talk about it because, to be real with you, it's not really changing anything at this point. Like, the route of trying to ignore it, route of trying to talk about it, route of trying to reason about
That's true.
it.
He
We've
he
done pretty much
probably
everything that I can
desperately
think of at this point.
desperately wants this shit to go away. Like, he probably feels that same way. Like, okay, let's try this. Let's try this, you know? Or, like, there's no way that he, like, there's no way he enjoys this. Like, I know it's probably bringing him a lot of attention. I know his numbers have probably went up. There's no way he could possibly enjoy the whole internet hating him and rehashing this whole thing. Because personally, for me, this went away, you know? And, like, even a few times, like, I saw him streaming or whatever, and I clicked on it, and it was like, oh, he's just having fun. It wasn't anything, like, negative or whatever. Like, I bet his numbers went down, to be honest. I unsubbed to him whenever his stuff went down. According to, like, some things I've seen, they didn't go down. But, you know, at least, like, maybe sub numbers, I don't know. But, like, his actual, like, viewership went up. It feel like showed his true colors. I agree. It's definitely not anything you want to be known for. But I'm talking about, like, what is his motivations for coming and rehashing this whole thing? Instead of is it because it really didn't go away and people still are fucking harassing him about it? Like, I would imagine that's probably the case, right? It's not like him trying to boost. There's no other reason than he wants it to go away. Yeah. Also, you're gonna full procrastination, chores, and home repair stuff tomorrow. What do you have to repair? You got some broken shit in your house, dude? Yeah, do some house stuff. Okay, where's Morph? Where's this Morph guy? Oh my god, he's been making ults. This guy's got a lot of ults, man. This guy's got a lot of ults. Not broken, just things I want to fix up. Oh, okay. I think we've maxed out our rep. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Over like 100 days. And like I've sent over to Kronos. Kronos will be there. I sent him the tweet. So he,
dude, I hope we get to raid tomorrow. I saw Dennis back on the bench. I mean, there's plenty of people. I haven't really looked at it a ton, but yeah, I don't see why not. I think the biggest probably factor is tanking. The last thing I saw is our tank. We have like a tank issue. You know,
he can get it over to you.
Okay. Let me take a quick look at this. So, because I think this is like, I'm really sorry you're going through this. And I think that there's a lot that we have to be careful about. And also, I think the reason that we're here is to try to have some challenging conversations. So can I actually, while I'm waiting for that tweet from Kronos, I'm going to go grab an iPad because I think drawing here could be helpful.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, do it up.
Fuck.
Actually, I need to find out if Kronos is here. Mods, in the emergency channel, is Kronos here? Boo?
Zell does, yeah, Zell tanks for Rinse, and he completely does great. Nak could obviously do it. Nak doesn't want to do it. Like, I don't know. That's the problem, is how do we do the raid without Nak having to tank? Then also said she's going to put out a survey for MOP. Ooh, I need to fill out the Rinse survey too. How exciting. Yeah, I think as soon as my Diablo journey kind of dies down, I'm going to hop on the MOP beta and start leveling a character. And it does look like they're kind of fixing the bugs and we're getting some fucking movement over there, which is great. Do you remember the Cataclysm beta? Bro, that shit was so bugged. That shit was so fucking bugged. I leveled a character to 60 on the Kata beta. Or to, I guess it was more like 80 actually. No, I didn't. I just got to 60 because I got up to like the new I didn't go through like BC and stuff. My panda is fully kitted. All right. I'll have to catch up, man. I'll have to catch up. So you made a panda? Can you character copy? Can I just character copy and level my character? Like, that's what I want to do. I want to save leveling a panda for pre-patch. That's what I would like to do. I don't want to level a panda right now. All right. Beastfall boots, movement speed. I'm going to go sell.
Is Kronos not here? Yeah, I'm just going to send it to him. We'll just do this. I can send it to him in this channel because I don't know if he's actually here. There we go.
Let's see what my task manager says. Dude, I cannot fucking stream my browser. Like, I want to watch a YouTube video while playing these games. I can do it while playing WoW, easy.
Share stream, dude.
But when I try to do it while watching, like, if I try to watch YouTube while playing, like, either PoE, Last Epoch, I guess they're just too demanding. I guess these games are too demanding. Yeah, I'm shocked about the drop rate. Yeah, I think that's one big problem with the. Oh, we got a jaw rune. Yo, we got a jaw rune, guys. Yo, that's my first jaw rune. I got a jaw rune. Guys, that's fucking hype. Oh. I died. Save me. That's not me. He's not saving me. He's saving someone else. He saved Milk Duds. I'm here. He saved the day. He saved the day, dude. Holy fuck, dude. You dying. The boss health stop swimming. Oh my god. Come on. Whoa, what is that bow? Triple GA? Eagle horn. Dude, I can make a pin shot bow. Or a pin shot build. It's not that serious, but yeah. Momentum. It's like the difference of every ability overpower proccing versus every other ability. So I guess that's big, but not like I can't do damage otherwise. And it takes like 5 seconds to get to 10 stacks per loading screen. Yeah. Nothing good. Which character does the crosshair ice ability? That's my boss power. It's so whenever you kill beast in the ice, you get this ability. After casting 3 skills which apply crowd control to stagger effects, shoot out sleet spikes that deal 1 million cold damage and freeze enemies for 2 seconds. That's me. Fuck! That was bad. My fault. Yeah, it's kind of cool looking. I mean, I think it's cool. Can we dodge it? Oh, I can't wait to do some fucking pits on this fucking character, man. I'm gonna be zooming, bro. I'm gonna be fucking zooming, dude. I was thinking about selling some boost for gold, but I don't really care about gold, so I don't know why I want to do that, but like I was thinking like I could sell boost and make gold. Got some gloves, double GA for those. Double GA Fist of Fate. Uh-oh. I probably shouldn't have opened this, to be honest. Alright, we've been killing bosses for a while. We're probably capped on rep now. I don't want to just keep permanently leveling characters. Kind of want to do some pit pushing, you know? We might swap into that. Keep playing this. Keep that.
Okay. So.
Okay.
This is going to be interesting.
Chad was
Okay, here we
talking
go.
about the chair stream that they just got to experience.
I know. It's great. So let me see if I can pull this tweet up. And then I'm going to just switch. I'm going to switch overlays for a hot second. Okay. Thor, let me know, the second that this feels like not a good use of our time, please let me know.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So
Totally makes sense.
this OnlyFans stuff actually sucks. Lots of weird attack posts.
There's a couple of links in there as well.
Yeah.
That go to the original like posts about this stuff. I think you need those for context.
Okay, so let's take a look at that. And okay. So to start with, here's my response to the Dire Maul Raw. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with the mana gem and robe cooldowns. Since the call was to run, was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. In every other instance where stuff has hit the fan, a shot caller has called a specific target, and nobody died, you call run, run, run. Okay, Yamato pinned the entire thing on me.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I
Okay.
felt at the time, and I still feel that way.
Okay.
I think he went back on that, but I mean, to be fair, he did probably have the most agency to do something. So that's why he's getting a majority of the blame, because a mage could save the whole thing with a single Frost Nova.
Our party went wrong. Each person in
I
the
think it
group
was
made mistakes, including myself, to pin on a single person. Okay, hope it was worth it for you.
Hope it was
Okay.
worth it.
So this was live on stream, right?
Yeah, all of it was live. Absolutely.
And so it was also live who made the call to run?
Yes. Yeah, he made the call to run.
Okay.
Where's this guy?
Okay, so it sounds like here's the hate raid that you're talking about. Okay. So, thank you so much for...
And we expected, and that's why I wrote in there, I was like, those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. We expected that to last like maybe 10 days. The internet generally doesn't care about things as super.
I feel bad for therapists. To be honest, I can't fucking stand Yamato. They have to listen to this. They're like, okay, so you were supposed to frost over there? Well, the gaming part of it is like barely what matters, I feel like. Except for the fact that he has a different perspective than everyone else. Like, if you accept that he was wrong in the situation, which he has admittedly said that he could have done more, and he should have, like, I don't know if he said he should have, to be honest. But, like, as long as you accept, like, he was wrong in the video game, then it's immediately not about the game anymore. It's about, like, how he's handling all the social situations and...
For a long period of time.
So
100
you were
days,
supposed to
Yeah.
frost
still in
over
chat,
there?
like, spamming and getting banned, and like that's wild.
This
I've
is
never
you.
seen
You were right. This is wild. So we're gonna like try to understand this. Okay. So, God, this is gonna be tough. Okay. So let me start with this. So let's say that you do something, right? Let's say you take an action in life. In the response, would you agree that the response that you are getting is disproportionate to the actions that you've taken?
I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So
It
let's
doesn't mean I was in the right. It doesn't mean I was in the right. But I do think the response.
There you go. He is admitting fault, and he is correct. He is correct. He is getting a disproportionate response. Absolutely getting a disproportionate response. Completely.
Proportion.
I'm with you, okay? So I'm going to start by... Huh?
I don't think it's disproportionate on an individual level, to be clear. I think each person individually that responds with that thinks that they're the only one.
I mean, they don't think that they're the only one responding. But he does have a point here. I think everyone being like, that guy was shit, like, isn't uncalled for. You know what I mean? That is interesting. That's weird that he's bringing that up. That's weird that he is the one saying that. Okay, my rep is maxed. I think I'll do another, then go make my ring. Or another set. Okay.
Responding with it, or that they don't feel like it's that big of a deal because it's just one person and they don't understand scale.
Okay. So I concur with that too. So let's start with a couple of like really basic things. So the first is, I do not believe, this is a judgment that I'm making. You're welcome to disagree, but I think the majority of people who are on the internet, I would hope, can agree that something that happens on a stream involving a hardcore raid does not warrant a death threat. That's my first axiom, okay?
Absolutely.
The second thing is that
I would hope so.
Who the fuck would say that?
Think you're an asshole. That the amount of psychological punishment you are experiencing is, at this point, sufficient. So I would encourage everyone who is watching this, listening to this, if shit gets clipped out of context, and because I think this could, go wahoonie shaped real quick. Please, if y'all are disseminating information about this conversation, please include this part, which is that we're all human beings who do the best, generally speaking, that we can. Do people make mistakes? Absolutely. Are you allowed to get mad at them? Absolutely. Should you do death threats? No. But also, I want everyone who is a hater on the internet to really stop for a second and think about what the hate does to you. Right? Like, you're hurting
any
another
haters
human
out
being,
there?
but like, for what purpose? Like, I think it's just kind of, it doesn't make the world a better place. I know that in the moment you feel like, oh, I want to put someone in their place. Like, I'm like, he needs to be taught a lesson. He needs to be taught to, he's like, oh my God, like.
He needs to be taught a lesson.
And I understand those.
Who the fuck actually thinks that, Dan? That's some low IQ shit. Like, you're going to teach the person a lesson by flaming them on the internet. That is so low IQ. Does anybody actually believe they're going to change somebody's fucking mind by flaming them on the internet? Nobody fucking thinks that. There's no fucking shot, dude. They just want to rage. They just want to express. They want to make that person feel bad because they feel bad about what they did to them or whatever.
Feelings. I'm not even saying that those feelings are wrong, but also, like, I don't know how else to say this. Like, it, it's just a bit much. I don't think it's actually helpful in the long run. You guys are doing all this crap to Thor. It's not clear to me that he understands why
they're doing it because they think it's funny.
Okay, and I think that's the first place where we're.
And part of it
Does
is.
that make sense, Thor?
But it's too much.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I can understand being mad about it at the beginning. Like, I get it. Your favorite streamer's character died.
Yeah.
Like,
who the fuck is still going over there? Dude, what fucking loser is, like, still going over there and be like, you're a roach, you're a roach, you're a roach every day? Like, God, leave it alone. That would be crazy, bro. Who the fuck is doing that? There's no shot.
Like, that's going to make you upset. I was smug about it at the time. I get it. you know, I made a mistake in a dungeon. The dungeon didn't go well. Everyone, like 2 people died. Like I understand being angry then. I don't understand thousands, and I mean thousands of people 100 days later still on it. Like that's really weird to me. That's not something I can get. Right?
So this is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm wondering if there's some way that I'm going to play around with.
Oh yeah, no, they're.
Turns out Bora over there every day on an alt account leaving fake death threats. Bro, that would be such a colossal waste of anyone's time. And I know about wasting time. I'm playing Diablo. Like, that would be the most insane waste of someone's fucking brain cells. Like, that would be so crazy. Who finds that fun? That would be crazy. I don't get it, but clearly there's a lot of people.
They're piling in now.
That's okay. So I'd encourage everyone who's watching this right now to just give Thor a break for just a hot second. And just don't just reflexively knee jerk like, okay, like we're gonna. Can you?
He said, "That's funny, man."
See this?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
It is now on stream as well.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so hopefully this isn't too laggy because I think I'm just doing a ton of screen sharing. And
my UI is not the best for this.
Okay, hold on. Then here's what I'm gonna do. What I'd like you to do, Thor, because I think this is a bit too much for something going on with my capture. Okay, so what I'd like you to do, Thor, is pull up my stream and mute it, but watch the iPad on my stream. Can you do that?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, cool. Because when I screen share with you, I just start lagging too much. Or actually, maybe this will. Okay, so let's start with this. Over here is death threats.
Oh, I thought they were going to pull up a video. Shit, man. I wish I could fucking turn my screen, guys. I don't know why it doesn't work.
Got it.
Okay. Over here is your actions.
You want them to watch the thing back?
And the other thing that I want to do here is
a play-by-play.
We're going to use you as an example, but I think that like literally every human being on the planet could benefit and is guilty of what I think you were quote unquote guilty of. So I think this is
whatever he's going to say here. I totally agree, and it's like that's why this whole thing is so fascinating. Ooh, I might have got a good little...
There's a fundamental thing going on here, which, like, I think once people understand, my hope is that every human being who is watching this, I have a couple of goals. One is to...
Well, I know the direction that he's going right now. I wanted to say some wild shit right now. Oh, God, yeah, please don't make me wrong. But, like, you know what I mean? Like... The thing that he says, like, I think everyone is guilty of this. I think what you're doing is totally human. I think that everyone could benefit from this. I love that messaging. Like, I totally agree. Because, like, I have a lot of sympathy for him in this situation. I wish he would have handled it differently, you know? But it's like, and how many people do we know in our lives or whatever that are like this? And how many times have we felt like we've maybe made personal mistakes that, like, you know, we regret or whatever, that we wish we would have acted differently? And it's like, yeah, I find it so interesting.
Hopefully develop a little bit of compassion towards you. But the main goal that I have here is to try to offer some potential, because I don't know if I'm right here, okay? Some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you receive. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right? So
yeah, I can see that.
What they're responding to is something in here, in between your actions. Like you're evoking a response. So here's your actions. And then there is some kind of equation that maybe has a, let's call it a multiplier. And then over here we
we know about multipliers. Is it a more multiplier?
So does this make more sense? Like if we want to understand why this is happening to you, how this is happening to you, there is some
let me see what he's saying here. I need to. I'm just kind of
Hello?
listening.
Can you hear me, Thor?
Oh God, what's going on? Why is it so fucking blurry, bro?
Offer some potential, because I don't know if I'm right here. Okay, some
Okay, I really want to watch this whole thing that he's about to talk about. Okay.
do that.
I'm gonna close my game for a second to understand what he's talking about here. Properties.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, cool. Because when I screen
grab
share
this
with you, I just start lagging too much. Or
Yeah.
actually, maybe this will. Okay,
Let me grab it.
so let's start with this. Over here is death threats.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay. Over here is your action.
His fucking handwriting is so dog shit. Sorry. That's so. What the? That looks like Deep Throat right there. Bro, he's the doctor, man. He's got to have bad handwriting. Why does it say Deep Throat? It doesn't say Deep Throat, but it's like, what the fuck? That looks like that's a threat. That's throat. That's throat. What does that say, dude?
And the other thing that I want to do here is like we're gonna use you as an example.
That would be hard to read if I didn't know he was saying death threats. What the fuck does that say? What does that say, dude? That's not even close. That's not even close, man. What does that say? I'm sorry.
But I think that like literally every human being on the planet could benefit and is guilty of what I think you were quote unquote guilty of.
Okay.
So I think
I'm
there's
so
a
interested in this
fundamental
part.
thing going on here, which like I think once people understand, my hope is that every human being who is watching this, I have a couple of goals. One is to hopefully develop a little bit of compassion towards you.
Yeah.
But the main goal that I have here is to try to
I do have compassion towards him,
offer
honestly,
some
already.
potential, because I don't know if I'm right here.
I think he was wrong. I think he's been an idiot. But I feel incredibly bad for him about this whole situation because this has got to be heavy, bro. That's got to be so heavy. How could anybody fucking hold that shit?
Okay, some potential insight into the gap between what happened to you and the response that you receive. So the first thing is that this is disproportionate, right? So
Yeah, I can see that.
what
Yeah.
they're responding to is something in here, in between your actions. Like you're evoking a response. So here's your actions. And then there is some kind
He just, at some point, dude, that's not a you. I would feel bad. What? He's not even trying to write. He goes, why? He starts with the first letter and then. That's some crazy, terrible handwriting. That is not. Where's the A? Where's the A, guys? What? That's supposed to say actions? As somebody who worked in a pharmacy and would look at fucking prescriptions all the fucking time, this is the most fucking, hilarious thing ever.
kind of equation that maybe has let's call it a multiplier. And then over here, we end up with harassment.
That does not say actions. Dude, that looks like an L, O, maybe a T, maybe an F. What is that? That's not a letter. These are the worst. That is the worst handwriting I have ever seen.
So does this make
I can't even understand what he's writing right now. Okay, hold on. I got to listen to him. Your actions.
and then there is some kind of equation
Okay.
that maybe has a, let's call it a multiplier.
All right.
And then over here we end up with harassment.
Okay.
So does this make more sense? Like if we want to understand why this is happening to you, how this is happening to you, there is some, huh? Hello?
What is happening here?
Can you hear me, Thor?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, you're roboting out really hard.
Oh.
I think that response was like 15 seconds ago.
Okay. So let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, they're lagging.
Hold on.
Oh no.
I wonder if, let me try.
Yeah, his internet is dying.
Oh boy. That's terrible. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix this way.
What is he gonna do?
Hold on, chat. Can you hear me now, Thor?
Chat.
Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I wonder if. Let me see.
Yeah.
Just make sure that.
I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me in real time.
Okay. I'm gonna just change.
That's weird as fuck.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can we count in sync? 1, 2, 3,
Okay, so
4.
there's about a 5-second delay.
Oh boy. Hold on.
Call
Hey,
him
what's
up.
going on?
Call tech support. I love. This is so funny to me
Okay,
that he
I will
calls
do
up.
Okay, I have stopped. Okay,
He
is this
like
better?
calls his mods,
Thor?
dude.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
You got. Okay, so now we have mostly in time. So that
Okay,
seems
okay,
good.
okay.
It's like less than a second delay.
Okay, cool.
All
So
right.
I think this is
There
pretty
we go.
normal, and we're gonna get back to it. Okay. So, if we look
Okay.
at, let me go back to this. Let's see if this works. And
I'm gonna
All right.
do-
Dude, I'm getting fucking cliffhangered here, dude. I was so interested in what they were talking about and what they were gonna say, and then I gotta go through fucking 20 minutes of tech
your stream and
issues.
then bring it up on here.
Come on.
I think I look at it right.
Okay.
Yeah, just pull me up on the stream. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we look at it right, so there's your actions.
Okay. Your actions.
And then there's like various amplifying effects that result in the level of harassment
Sure.
that you receive,
we're
right?
breaking this down.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can understand that completely.
So, and then let's like toss in, like, there's another variable here which is like memeing. There's another variable here which is like momentum. There's another variable here which is like content creators hopping on.
Dude, it looks like it's saying mewing. Doesn't that look like it says mewing?
Content reactions, right? So each of these things
Oh my god.
is an amplifying effect. Agreed?
yeah, absolutely.
So let me ask you, in your gut, do you think that this plus these things is sufficient
No.
to explain, not
It explains it. Is it justified? No. It explains it. Furry VTuber stream for Thor confirmed. Wait, what?
not say that it's justified,
Oh, mewing. Oh.
but explain what you are going through.
I don't think so, because I
I-
think the internet would have given up about it.
I completely agree.
Wow.
So I think there's
Yeah,
a big
it's
variable.
too long-lived.
There's a big variable.
Yeah.
You've tapped into something that people really don't like.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So, and here's what I'm kind of hearing. So I'm going to just like write some things out here. Okay. So these are just kind of things that you've said. And I wonder if this will like, if something will click. Okay. So first thing is that there's death threats. That's bad.
Bad. Death threats are bad.
There's
Yes.
banning a lot of
He
people.
should write out bad. Okay.
There is ghost dying.
Okay.
There is
Yeah, no,
people
that wasn't even the first time that happened. By the way.
trolling
Ghost
you
was just
about
the most
this.
recent. Yeah.
There's people calling you a pedophile. There's someone's kid calling you whatever.
He's
Yeah,
got a good
Roach.
memory, huh?
Okay. Right. And then the other thing is there's your like making sense of it. So there's like kind of this Gish Gallop. There's
Does he take notes? I haven't really been watching, but I wonder. That's definitely a therapist thing to do, right? Like you take notes. Ghost Dai. Like he just doesn't give a fuck, bro. He actually doesn't care. Could you read this? No shot. Bunny, a lot of people. What does that one say? But what? I don't even remember what he said. Banning a lot of people, Bunny, a lot of people.
you said something about these people.
We're just flaming
like,
Dr. K.
Like, you know, these people are like why are they doing this? Like you were talking about like what these people.
The best way that I put it is, it seems like some people think that they want to be a part of that because it's something that's like greater than themselves. Like they're part of a story, they're part of a narrative. A lot of people that were engaging with OnlyFans stuff were seeing it as like being part of that, and they kept,
Okay.
there were some of them who kept coming back and saying like, when are you going to jump back in and go and kill the people that called you out in that dungeon? And like they thought it was like a story, and they didn't realize like this is not like a
Gitch
this
Galley.
is not like a reality show. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right? So I think there was a lot of that, which I also didn't expect that. That was really, yeah, they thought it was like
It is a
WWE.
story.
That's a good way.
It is a story for them. This is all entertainment. The whole point of it was entertainment for them. They wanted the story to continue. And I agree. Like, at this point, it has reached a point where he is bowed out. He doesn't want to be involved anymore. So, like, that, yeah.
Way of putting it. Yeah.
Okay. So like you think that they think it's WWE,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They think it's like a show, right? They don't think it's real.
Well, they
And
think
then-
it's reality TV.
So
And
then
it
you use
is.
this car analogy of like I'm, you know, someone else has taken control of the car,
Yeah.
and then I'm driving. I'm not driving. I'm being punished. Someone else is responsible. Does this make sense?
You know, I will say this about Dr. K because I don't think he's been taking notes, but he's a pretty good listener. This is like a really great recap of everything that happens. And you know why I know he hasn't been taking notes? Because if he was, who in the fuck could read that? He probably can't even read what he's writing. There's no fucking shot.
I would
Right.
say someone else is fully responsible, but I think with that level, yeah.
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 So when I
'Cause
write,
you can't control it. And when I say like someone else has grabbed the wheel, it's more like that's
Jesus.
not what happened. Here's what happened. But like I guess the basic way to put it is like if you're having a conversation with someone, they make an accusation at you. They say, "You're a terrible person because of this thing." And you go, "Well, I didn't do that thing." And they go, "That's just what a person who did this thing would say." Like where do you resolve that at that point? Right?
that's a great question.
That's-
So, so do you know people?
I need to rehear what he just said.
a conversation happened. Here's what happened. But like, I guess the basic way to put it is like, if you're having a conversation with someone, they make an accusation at you.
Yeah.
They say, "You're a terrible person because of this thing," and you go, "Well, I didn't do that thing," and they go, "That's just what a person who did this thing would say." Like, where do you resolve that at that point? Right?
That's a great question.
That's-
So do you know people, or have you heard of people who get accused of things and say, "I didn't do that thing," but there are other people who continue to insist that they did that thing?
Yeah, it's called "Every Day That Ends in Y" on the internet.
Okay. What about things that are not on the internet?
I don't know. Like that seems like a pretty normal thing among humans. I see that.
Yeah. So has there
Yeah.
ever been someone in your life
Absolutely.
that you felt was like had done something, and you were really confident that they had done something, and they were like, "That's not really how it happened."
I was confident. Like I felt that before in my life. Yeah. And then I either want like proof or not proof. If I don't have enough proof, then like I'm not gonna. What am I gonna be mad about at that point? I guess is the basic way that I usually feel about that. Like if I have an accusation against somebody, I'm gonna be like, hey, this is how I feel about this. And then they go, hey, well, here's evidence to the contrary. And then we talk it out. Is generally how that is. I think when I was younger, I was a lot worse at that, obviously. That's something I think that you learn over time is like how to conflict resolve in a way that is sane, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah. So is sane.
When I
So-
say is sane, I mean more like conflict resolve based on things that are provable or not provable, not
Right.
just gut feelings.
I'm with you. And how does that work out?
Well, when I'm talking to people who are older, it's fine.
Okay.
I find that for me, there's very few people that are younger that can have conversations like that. There are still ones that will. But I find like usually people past their mid-20s is when they start to be able to do conflict resolution better.
Okay.
And want more of a trust but verify kind of approach, which is like, I trust that you're telling the truth from your perspective, but I need to verify your claim before I get mad, right?
Okay. So I want you to just like we're gonna tunnel down into that for a second.
Okay.
So let me just.
He
understand.
found
So, like,
something.
people,
It's so interesting when he does find the thing.
who your method of conflict resolution sounds super reasonable, right? It's like if you've got proof, then you push forward. If you don't have proof, you kind of let things go. And then when I ask you how does that work, and you're like, well, if people are mature, it works great. But if it doesn't work for them, they're immature.
I wouldn't say they're immature.
I
like
know
an
you wouldn't say that.
accusation as a result.
I'm using that word. You use the word young, but I think the implication of that is that there's like a value judgment
Okay.
on people who that works for, and a value judgment on people who that doesn't work for.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no, I absolutely do a value judgment. Like when somebody comes in and goes, you're this, this, and this. And I go, no, I'm not. And they're like, and then they just spew a bunch of vitriol. I just ban them, right? Like that value judgment at that point is like, okay, this is a person that is not able to have a normal conversation. They don't want to have a normal conversation. They just want to spew some like garbage. They don't care what's true. They just want to fight about it. And then I don't want them here, right? And that's where I do that kind of evaluation of like, are you cool enough to like, are cool-headed enough to have a conversation, or do you just want to shout what you saw on Reddit? You know, that's really what that is.
So what is so this is the trolling that you receive is fine, but for the people who got upset with you, what is your understanding of the most rational reasons why people got upset with you? Let's forget about the
'Cause I'm
trolls for a
smug.
second. Huh?
You know, 100%. It's because I was smug, right?
What does
Like,
that mean?
Interesting. Okay. He is admitting to being smug. This is just such a great way to break this down. I actually appreciate the fuck out of that. Like getting to this point. That's such a good question. Let's ignore the trolling. There's a lot of people doing that. What about the people who aren't trolling that are upset with you? Why are they upset? And making him confront that, that's like, and then that is so, man, that was therapeutic for me. Like, hearing him say that, I don't know. We'll see where it goes.
It means that in this situation, in that moment, it appeared that I didn't feel remorse. And people thought that I didn't apologize. They thought that I didn't care.
Yo!
They thought that I wanted those characters.
But okay,
to
the way
die.
he's framing this is he's like, this is how they think. This is how they think. This is how they think. Not like this is like what I was giving out. You know, he's like saying like he's disconnecting from it.
There's some weird shit with that. But no one stopped to actually ask me. They just saw the clips out of context that made it look like
That's
I
not
was a big
completely
villain,
true.
right? And like I get that, but if you want to talk about that stuff, if you want to believe that, you should probably
Dude, it started off so good, man. It started off so good, and then immediately defense mechanism kicks in. All of this shit. Not my fault. Not my fault. Not my fault. Not my fault. Like, bro, immediately he starts fucking going into fucking defense mode. He's like, he shield walls. He literally just fucking shield walled right there. That was crazy.
Ask me.
So hold on
and
a
then we
second.
can talk about it.
How do you know that they formed their opinions based on the clips?
Because they repeat verbatim the same message over and over again that we can only find on places like Livestream Fail, the Reddit. It is copy-pasted information, the same exact messages, the same exact thing. They had like the same.
He's
phrases
grouping them
over
all.
and over again.
He's grouping them all. He's gonna have to take. Look at his fucking face, dude. Look at this face. Look at this face right now. Oh my god, look at Dr. K's face. He's like, ugh, I almost had him. It's like fishing right now. He's literally fishing. He's got to peel off another layer right now. He's like, okay. Now let's take away the people who didn't just only watch the clips and they're still upset with you. What do you think they were upset about? He's got to fucking peel away another layer right now, dude.
This kind of stuff, and the only way that you get that is if people are getting it all from the same source.
Okay.
He's trying to figure out how to combat this.
You've done more than during the retreat? Yeah, and I said so in social posts, but nobody cared about those. I think that was one of the weirdest things about it is like...
Now he's
I
responding
said,
to
I could have
chats.
done more in this. I said everybody made mistakes in there, including myself, but no one cared. They
Okay.
just wanted to continue the drama.
So
right?
Thor, when I point this stuff out, do you notice anything with all the stuff that I've written out? Like, does anything kind of pop to you or not so much?
Trying to deflect from like personal ownership over something, but I don't think I'm doing that, so I'm not sure.
Why do you say that?
Because you put "I'm not" over in the right side.
Okay.
Yeah, but that'd be the only reason for that.
Yeah, so I think I think your assessment is somewhat correct. I think there's like a couple of things that are like blind spots is what I would call them. So the first is
Good way
that
to put
I've
it.
noticed that this is what's so tricky about this. I think that objectively you're correct. I don't think that anyone
There was
deserves.
the type of dude that after this interview go, that was bullshit. Guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh man, it's kind of hard to say that, but I wonder what did happen. That's why I wanted to watch this. I didn't want to just see the clips. I want the full context of the whole conversation. And then you know what? I'm loving it so far. This is so interesting. It's so close, man. He had him, bro. He fucking had him. He had him. And they were breaking it down. He was ready to open up, and then he went tink, tink, and he fucking popped full shield wall last stand. He's fucking going crazy. Defense mode. Nope, not me.
Deserves the degree of harassment that you've received. I hope people stop. I really wish they stop, and I mean that genuinely. And at the same time, I notice just the way that I hear you speak, I notice certain blind spots or narratives that are constructed. So the first thing
Because
that
I'm
you...
nervous about talking about it, to be clear.
Okay. If he's nervous about talking about it, would that create blind spots? I mean, I guess that's one way to put it. Like, if you're like, you don't want to get emotional, get like vulnerable, I guess you could avoid some certain details and topics based off that.
Like it's a defense mechanism entirely.
Absolutely, bro. He's calling it out. He knows he's in fucking shield wall mode right now, dude. He's literally walled up, bro.
The fact that this has been going on for so long, it involves all
That's
my
true.
staff. It involves my family. It involves my general well-being. It involves my physical security at events. It involves all that stuff, and it makes me nervous to talk about it. So it's hard to articulate in a time like that without
All that is true.
I don't know. It's just hard to articulate, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yo, what's up, Duds the Dog? Hey, man. Welcome to the Diablo stream. I promised I was playing Diablo like an hour ago, but something started happening that was really interesting. So, we are watching a conversation with this content creator, PirateSoftware, who basically the internet blew up on him. And this guy that he's talking to, Dr. K, is kind of like a therapist. He has conversations with people. He doesn't, at the start of it, he kind of like puts this legality thing on it where it's like, none of this is like medical advice or whatever. We're just talking. But he is kind of basically a therapist, you know, like, and they do like kind of, this is almost like online content therapy. And it's very interesting. I always find this stuff fascinating. And whenever, you know, Dr. K blew up a while ago, I really liked watching that stuff, but it was hard to watch sometimes, especially like, you know, the Wreckful episodes and stuff like that, if you know anything about those guys or whatever. But like, yeah, this is very fascinating to me. And we're just watching almost like online therapy with PirateSoftware.
So that begs two questions. One important one, which
I hope
is,
you're having
are
a
you
good day, man.
sure that we should be talking about it?
Well, I mean, it's already too late.
No, it's not.
I'd rather talk about it.
No,
the
it's
way
not
that I
too
feel
late.
about it,
We
dude,
can
is
stop.
I
We can stop right this second.
I would rather talk about that, and
Okay.
the reason why is because I find, and this is a very serious part.
He knows that what happens next is going to have to be confrontational. Oh my God. He literally knows that this is about to get very confrontational. So he's like, all right, get ready to step away. Like, oh my God.
Right? I find that if you don't talk about this, it's not going to help other people. Right? Like, I get it. I'm going through it right now. But this
Yeah.
is something I think needs to be talked about because the amount of hate and abuse that's going on from this isn't just going to happen to me.
Okay.
I wish I could read his fucking handwriting. What does that say, Doink? Oh, narrative. That's narrative, right? Can we all agree? That probably says narrative, but it also kind of looks like karaoke. I think that's narrative. I'm pretty sure. I don't know where he's fucking going with these words, man.
I know.
Narrow.
I agree.
Narrow
I think
tie.
that you are pretty unlucky here, but I think you are the unlucky person who has tapped into something very fundamental in human psychology that has like triggered the shit out of
Oh
people.
yeah, everyone is triggered.
Likely. Yeah.
Okay.
He's really diagnosing this really well. This whole he has such a great understanding of exactly how to frame that, and he's like he laid it out right. He's like, okay, your actions, memes, momentum, you know, all the other shit that he put, and then this. You are tapping into something that is so humanly fundamental that is triggering the fuck out of everyone. And it's actually crazy. It's so spot on, too. It's so spot on. That's why I'm so fucking gripped to this.
So I want you to notice what just happened. Okay, so it's now that you're insisting that we talk about it. Fair enough. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative. And what was your answer?
Gonna be hard in the next 2 weeks. Exams, a lot of stuff to do. Don't know if I'm even gonna be able to play much, but up here when it's dude, yeah. It's so cool that you're here right now. I think that's awesome. Yeah, and I hope whatever, you know, it sounds like you got a busy next 2 weeks, man. I hope it goes well. Yeah.
That I was like deflecting.
Let me see
narrative.
exactly what you
Fair
said
enough.
here.
I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative. And
Okay.
what was your answer?
That I was like deflecting.
What do you mean?
It's unless we're talking about something else.
No. What we just talked about. I said, hey, I'm noticing something about your narrative. And then you said what?
Yeah. That I was like deflecting or trying to push off blame onto somebody else.
He's forcing him. Like, it's so interesting, the whole therapy thing, right? Because it sounds like this is so, like, you know, like grade school level explaining stuff to people. You know, he's literally drawing pictures of them and reenacting. They're role playing their fucking conversation right now. Like, but like, deflect cats. The handwriting kills me.
Okay. Yes. And then what did you say after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. So then what you said is the reason I'm doing it is because I'm anxious,
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, 100% anxious.
right? I'm worried,
There we go. Okay.
right? So the interesting thing is that, like, you're doing something really interesting, which is that, like, you provide a very logical reason,
Okay.
which is very compassion inducing for why you are doing the thing that you're doing. Right? So, like, who in their right mind, when you say, yeah, the narrative that I'm creating is because I'm afraid for my physical well-being, like,
Yes.
how is that challengeable?
It's not.
100%.
Yeah.
So I think what you are doing is something that is, I don't know what word to use. has a-
Manipulation. It's manipulation. He doesn't want to use that word, but it's 100% a manipulator tactic. And it is triggering when it is so disingenuous, you know? Like, when it's not genuine, it's like, and somebody is like, nah. Like, and they see through it. Like, that is a fucking trigger, bro. For sure. Yeah, okay. That's what he's trying to point out here. So he's saying that, like, he's saying something. The reason that, you know, you're doing the way that, the reason that you are deflecting is because of, you know, this thing that is, like, indefendable or whatever.
negative valence to it. You're doing something that's bad, and the way that you respond to it makes it unchallengeable. Like, you're
What
doing
about
this
that?
thing over and over and over again,
Yeah.
Okay.
right? So the
What
way
about
that you're,
would be
huh?
negative about that, though.
What?
That's what I'm trying to understand. I said, what about that is negative?
That's
in that
very
movie.
excellent
Very good
question.
question.
So now we get
Holy
to something
shit.
really interesting about human psychology.
This is crazy.
So if I'm pissed
Oh my
at
God, I
you,
love this so much.
and you take away my reason to be pissed at you, what do?
You get pissed, more pissed.
Absolutely. So how?
Yeah. You don't get to work it out. You don't get to work it out, dude.
So you're saying that basically it's created a bunch of anger, and then by having a situation and talking about it and showing, like, hey, this is what's going on, it's created a scenario where people are more angry because they don't have a vent. They don't have a way of getting it out.
That is where we're. hold
He's
on, let me
missing-
Just fix this real quick.
He's missing the element of it not being genuine. It's being see-through, you know? Just appear a little to say, hi, I need sleep. I need to wake up before I am to go to university. Have a good night. Have a good stream. Dude, thank you so much, man. Yeah, you get some fucking sleep, dude. And I hope you, like, nail those exams if you got them, or if you got to study or whatever it is, man. Thank you, man. Thanks for saying hello. I appreciate it. Have a good night, man. 4 a.m. is hella early, bro. That's crazy. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does here.
Because I wonder if you're going quiet again. So I just jacked you up. So I think that is the first step to it, right? So there's something that there's something that people, deflecting is maybe a good word. There's something that you're deflecting that then triggers people to, like, because they're not getting what they want from you.
Which
that make
is,
sense?
yes, they're not getting what they want from him. Yeah. I mean, that totally makes sense. Oh, shit, dude. Somebody's so loud. I'll be right back real quick. I'm going to get some water, guys. And we're going to keep watching this. All right.
Yes. So
Okay.
there's an alarm going off.
All right, we're back here.
Does that make sense?
Yes. So
Okay.
there's an alarm going off.
So now the question kind of becomes like, I don't know if this sort of makes sense, but I think when I hear your story, what I hear is, and this is what's so tricky about it, is like, I think everything you've said is logical because you kind of base things on sort of proof, right? But I'm noticing that like the way that you accept responsibility is like 1% of what your narrative is. So you say that you were smug,
Yeah.
right?
I was super smug about it.
And
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think that feels like a tiny, tiny, tiny part of your narrative.
That's true.
I think
He
it's
only ever brought that up when it was so like pushed. Like he had to peel away all of these things. Peel away this, peel away this, peel away this. Why do you think people are mad? Well, they're trolling. They're fucking dumb. Why do you think people were mad? Like, it's like he had to peel away all this shit, and then he got that smugness, and that was literally, he said it one time and never again. Well, he's going to say it again here, so.
it's only a tiny part of the narrative because it's the flashpoint. It's the moment that started, right?
That's
Sure.
important.
So it's hard to make that larger
What do you
in
mean?
the story.
That's the whole
But
point.
yeah, I was
No,
smug.
I mean,
was smug about it.
I think it sounds to me like, and like now I'm going to say something that's like, this isn't, I don't know what better word to say. I think it's not the flashpoint. I think it's the fuel.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
So you
think,
think that was a catalyst for something else?
I think you've, this sounds judgmental, but I think the way that you responded in that moment, so you said early on, you made some kind of like joke, right? Where you, like someone said run, and then you said, I don't want to piss them off.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a joke instead of saying, bro, I ran because you told me to run. You remember when you said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think that there's like little things that you're doing that, so if
Get the
I'm-
cat out of there. Get the cat out. Get the sympathy cat out of there. What the heck is he got? What the heck is he doing with that thing?
made the call to run, and then you ran, and then I was like, bro, why are you running? And then you say you made the call to run. How is that? Why would you not say that? Right? Like the reason I'm doing this is because I was listening
That's-
to you.
Yeah, no, legitimately, that's the one thing, and I've talked about this before, is like if I would have just turned around and be like, you told us to. If I would have just said that, I feel like this whole thing would not have been like this.
I agree. So I think
Yeah.
that the interesting thing here is
It depends on the tone and all of the. It's honestly, it's a lot of the actions afterwards too.
that I suspect that there are
Bro, I can't believe we are getting this right now. This is crazy. If you would have told me literally like I don't even know how long ago this shit happened, that like, okay, this is going to eventually turn into a 3.5 hour therapy session. That's
a
fucking
dozen
crazy, bro.
other things like that. So just the way that your narrative sounds to me, and let me know if like this is rubbing you the wrong way, or like you think I'm an asshole, or
No.
if this is like
I don't
like
think you're an
please let me know. But I think that something about this story has something that I would call the missing reasons.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
think
saying
it's, for me, whatever it is, it's a blind spot.
yeah.
Right? Because like for me, I'm just like, this was me being smug, and it exploded out of control. And for me on this side, it just feels like a lot of content creators leaped onto it because it got popular to talk about. It became kind of like an it issue.
It is not just content creators. Everybody cares about this because of exactly how he identified it. He's tapped into something that is so like triggering that everyone is connecting with it.
And it generated a lot of views.
Yeah, so
And it
so
just kind of went nuts.
and so I want you to just pay attention to that for a second, because you're doing it again. Why did this blow up?
Because I was smug?
No.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Why did it amplify? Who's to blame for the amplification?
The amplification I could generally say is Reddit and other content creators. Like, I feel very steadfast in that opinion on that. I don't think this would have reached the audience that it did or become as large as it was on the internet without that.
So
You're talking over 100,000 viewers worth of people.
Yeah, so that I
Easy.
think is 100% true and is indicative of what the problem is, right? Because what happens, what I'm noticing that you're doing is like every step of the way, you made one tiny mistake. But the way that you are reacting, I don't think a fire can get this big without a content creator's interaction. And the way that you're responding to each of these situations is only fanning the flames. And I think, like, you're saying this, right? Like, you've tried everything. Like, you've tried...
I tried doing nothing.
You've tried doing nothing. You've tried doing everything.
No, he didn't.
And nothing
When
seems
did
to
he
be...
try doing nothing? No, he didn't. He said, not my fault 100 times.
working, which I know seems like nothing is working, but
I don't know. Maybe he did try doing nothing.
if you are consistently getting the same result and you are altering certain variables in that equation, what that implies is that there's one variable that's not being altered.
Yeah, and that's why I look to the outside source, because I'm like, I've altered the way that I interact
But
online.
the outside source is relatively consistent because people go through drama all the time. And maybe this is a leopard's ate my face moment. Maybe this is a moment where I can say this now, and a month from now when I'm in your position, I'm going to be like, holy shit, was I wrong? Right? Like maybe this is not the way, but your whole point is that the amount of hatred that you're receiving is disproportionate not only to what you did, but is even outside of the norm of what other content creators experience. Like,
Yes.
I've been through shit. I've had people get on my case and stuff like that, and then stuff usually calms down, right?
Yeah,
For
no,
most of us, we all get these kinds of problems where people like are really mean to us. I don't think they understand. No snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. But what I see is a guy who is, everyone thinks they're snowflakes, and you're getting swamped by an avalanche. They don't understand that. I think people on the internet don't now know how to understand it.
I mean, I think a lot of people do. It's pretty obvious, right? Like, who doesn't? Why are these? But yeah, why are all these people like fucking dogpiling him? Like, even as much as like, I am never gonna go into his chat and be like, "You fucking suck." Like, that would be crazy. I would never harass this guy, you know. But I would definitely. I find the dynamic incredibly fascinating, and even just like watching it unfold and like the interactions between people is definitely interesting. I don't know.
Until you were on the receiving end of hate from thousands upon tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands and people who are just piling on. Once the bully starts kicking you when you're down, the internet is like 1,000 other people who are like going to get in a lick because it feels good. And I think you're doing something that is like absolutely hitting a trigger point. And I suspect that what you're getting into, just with the way that you describe things, it's very much like I did this tiny thing, and then all of this stuff is happening to me that I don't have any influence over. And objectively, these people are wrong. Objectively, I am correct.
I could see the cogwheel. I don't mean to say that anyway, other than like he's really trying to figure out how to respond here, because I do think that he is smart, right? It's like he's really trying to figure out the mental gymnastics to say how like because what he says is like he's almost victim blaming in a way, right? Like, and he wants to say that probably, but he realizes where he's at, so he probably can't say that. But like he's got a lot of truth to like what he's saying, right? It's like your actions have stoked the flame. It's fanned the flame, right? It's like it's the way that you responded to everything is the reason this is blown up. For sure. It's not just like your smugness is perpetual. It is not like a singular event. It is a character flaw.
And when someone does that and says, I am objectively wrong, I mean, I'm objectively right and you are objectively wrong. This is not what happened. This is what really happened. And by the way, all this shit is happening to me now. It's like a very you kind of get what I'm saying? I'm trying very hard not to say certain words.
I don't see it that way though. Like
I
don't
know
see
you
it
don't.
as like an objective objective this, subjective that. I see it as it's more of a deep emotional response from people that don't care about me or they don't care about resolving the situation. They want it to continue in some way.
Yeah, so
and
I
like,
think
I get it, but like I don't want to be a part of your story. Right? It's like
right. So I think that's what's fueling the flames. You don't see it that way.
yeah, okay. I don't know how that
right. So
would.
so when
I mean,
when I
like,
live,
why would you care for so long?
We'll get to that in a second.
I don't know why
But
people care for
think
so
that
long.
This is another thing, which is
I mean,
that
I
you're
care.
Thinking,
Clearly, I'm here. I'm watching. I care in some element, but I would never care enough to ever go harass him. Why do those people care to do that? I care about the redemption of it. You know, finding the answer, the reason, everyone understanding it.
a lot. Okay, so we're going to talk about something called mentalization. Okay?
Okay.
So when you
I'm ready for this.
Imagine what is going on in someone else's head,
Okay.
I don't think you are doing nothing you're saying is incorrect, but I think everything you're saying is pretty incomplete. Right? So you're saying like, okay, there's a parasocial aspect. You're completely right. Like you're right about everything you're saying. I just think the main mistake, if you can call it that, the cognitive process that is really getting you in trouble is incompleteness. So
I don't understand.
He doesn't understand. Let's see if I understand. I mean, he's highlighting certain parts of the story that frame him as I did nothing wrong. Instead of giving the entire picture, I did this thing, people got really upset, and I was stupid about it, and I wish I wouldn't have done it. And these people are dumb, and they're just overreacting, and they're dragging it out, and I feel bad about the thing. And, you know, I was like, he just can't say he's wrong. It literally boils down to that. He cannot be wrong. Like, he cannot take fault. Like, he always is highlighting everyone is taking it completely out of proportion. Not like I did something that was wrong. And it just continuously builds it up.
I know.
You drew this out. Okay.
I know. I'm like 99% confident that this is going to be very hard. And I think this is why you're in this situation, because this is like, it's like, you're like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I've tried everything. What they're saying is just not true. The reason that I know that these people are not valid is because they copy pasta each other. Right? Do you see how, like, how much?
No, I think that's not everyone. Right?
Okay. So then why are those people mad? He needs a one-on-one conversation with fucking Grubby, bro. Get Grubby in a call with this man. Get fucking Savix in a call with this man. Like, let him fucking talk it out.
There are some
Well, Dr. K is as good as anyone, but Dr. K doesn't understand the dynamics of the WoW part.
people that are just upset because they saw me as like some
Better
pure
than
holier
anybody,
thou
honestly,
content
because he
creator,
understands
which
the
that's
mental
not
aspects.
Realistic. I'm a human being. I
Hold
think
on.
there are some people that are
Whoa. No,
Whoa.
I don't.
I'm pure holier than. There
Yeah,
are some people
sure.
that are just upset because they saw me as like some pure holier than thou content creator, which that's not realistic. I'm a human being. I
Hold-
think
hold
that
on.
there are some people that are.
Whoa,
Huh?
whoa. No, I don't agree with that.
No, I definitely do, because there are some that have messaged me with stuff like that. There are definitely people that felt that.
Yeah, I know they felt that, but I don't think that you're an ordinary content creator. I don't think you're an ordinary human being. I think you're a superhuman being.
What?
Yeah. How do you think about yourself?
I don't know. I don't generally.
I think therein lies another problem. Right? So if you don't think about, I know it's weird, like I'm sending you a lot of weird stuff. Right? So
Dang,
I think that if
dude.
you don't think about yourself,
This is actually so fucking juicy. This is crazy. Where is this going right now?
on a regular basis, the version of yourself that you will have on your mind that then projects out to the outside world is not going to be an ordinary human being. I think you project exceptionalism.
I'm not
Okay.
sure I understand, but
I can understand.
Yeah. I mean, he does do that. Okay. He does do that. So he's calling him, I mean, he's just talking about the smugness, right? He's talking about the arrogance and the way he's never wrong, and he projects exceptionalism is a great way to put it.
I think you project exceptionalism.
I'm not sure I understand, but
I can understand
I'm
that.
interested,
So
yeah.
I think that this is going to be a situation where it's going to be very hard, and I'm going to do my best. So the first thing is I'm not right. But I think that there's something about the way that you construct narratives. There's something about the way that you are objective, but other people are subjective.
I
How
don't
do you
think
know
that's
that
always
you're
true.
not the subjective one and they're not the objective ones?
I absolutely am subjective. I don't think that that's the case at all. There's no way that everything that I say is objective. That would be ridiculous. I think that would be
Impossible.
absurd,
And
that makes
if we
sense.
go
Yeah.
back and listen to
Yeah.
the conversation that we've had from now,
Yeah.
would we be able to predict that's the way that you feel about yourself based on how you've been talking?
I don't know.
I think the answer is going to be no. Right? So when I ask you, why do they feel this way? How do you know that they're wrong? You say, well, objectively, you rely on proof. And if you're dealing with people who are mature enough, then they understand that. But if they're people that are younger than you,
Dude, oh my god, dude. Yeah, that sounds so fucking bad.
that means that they don't, that these young kids nowadays are not proof oriented. There's parasocial. And all, the tricky thing about this is that you're not wrong. So I would agree with every single one of the statements that you've made. But I think that
But
this
it's a defense mechanism for that.
Ye-
100%.
There's 0%
mechanism is
humility
what?
attached to any of
No,
it.
it's a defense mechanism on my end. And the reason why I did that is because it's gone on too long. And it's gotten to that point where it's hard for me to have a response that is not an emotional response. Like we talked about this before, is like whenever I feel like I'm having an emotional response, I just stop and I walk away for a moment, come back to it. But with this, I'm getting back into that old habit of like, I need to deflect this. I need to diffuse this. This is kind of a wall in front of this. I don't even want to, and you just kind of put it up there and walk away from the scenario. And that's literally what that is, which is, here's my evidence, take it or leave it. And the
Okay.
reason why it ends up being, here's my evidence, here's how I feel people are, this is the objective fact of this, is because we've had tens of thousands of people bringing that up, and it's just turned into like a callus, if that makes sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about this call, by the way? Like,
Dude.
is,
Oh man, I can't even fucking imagine how heavy that is, man. That's gotta be so hard. That's gotta be so hard. Yeah. It's gotta be incredibly crazy hard.
is this okay?
This is fun.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is
so
fun.
so I think this is what you're. So here is what has contributed to the situation, which doesn't mean that you did something wrong. I don't think you're bad or anything like that, but I think that this tendency to walk away from your emotions and lean into logic, I don't think works very well. So I think, like, remember how we said that something that you're doing about the way that you respond to this is like triggering people harder. They're getting angrier and angrier and angrier.
Yeah.
They're not letting up. Whereas like most content creators, people basically move on to trolling someone else. So anytime a content creator, you know, like reaches out to me and they're like, hey, I'm really struggling, I'm like, the best thing that you can do is wait till they move on, because the internet is an ugly mob. And
Yeah.
and this is the other thing that you're running into, which we haven't talked about. I do think that what you project is exceptional. And one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So we love tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arcs as human beings. Right? There's like...
Wait. Tearing down people who are good? I mean, that is true probably about...
And one of the things that the internet absolutely loves is to take an exceptional person and make them bad. So we love tearing down people who are good, and we love redemption arcs as human beings. Right? There's like, this person thought they were the best thing since sliced bread, and we're going to fucking tear them down. I've been on the receiving end of that a lot.
Really? I could see that too, because I've got like a lot of the things that I've seen from Dr. K, like I could see it really rubbing people in myself the wrong way in some ways, how he feels like exactly what this guy's going through, right? Like, you know, he projects exceptionalism, right? Like that's a relatable thing. You want to be perceived as good as you can, right? It's hard to be humble and like have humility and be vulnerable and all those things, right? To like show the weaker sides.
And then the flip side of that,
I think that makes a lot of sense. And to be clear, I don't think of that about myself, like at all. Like I'm constantly going over anything that I can do right, anything that I can do wrong. I remember all of my own mistakes and beat the shit out of myself for them whenever I do that, just like I feel like a lot of people do.
I believe
think that's
I believe you do that for the stuff that you are aware of.
Yes, for the. I mean, you
You can't do it otherwise, right? Like
for the things that I'm aware of, for sure.
100%. So I think that
I don't think I'm better than other people. I do think that it's funny because you key on that. There's a lot of people that brought that up, and it's like I never said that I was, but you'll see there's a number of people that are in there that are getting like banned for this shit right now. It's like they come in and they're like, "Did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years?" Like, yeah, that was my career, and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry.
Hey Matthias, what's up, man? How's it going? Over on the YouTube even. That's crazy. Are you a subscriber?
Which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem, right?
Okay, hold on.
Sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm just trying to give context.
So that is the problem right there.
What is the drama about? I mean, it's a rehash of everything that's happened and trying to understand the social dynamics of it. And he's talking to Dr. K about the whole thing. It's just a complete rehash of it. Yeah. And they're getting into it. They're getting into why he is, you know, why this whole thing has went on for so long and people are still upset with him, and why, if he is potentially unlikable in this situation. And yeah, they're really talking about it. They're talking about it. Thor just wiped his Ashes of Creation raid team and blamed right now. This happened just right now. Just right now. You happened like, and now Dr. K is spelling out fake words. Oh, okay. We're talking about you. Oh, okay. You're talking about, okay. Yeah, he did do that. That was funny, Barrow. That video was crazy, man. That was crazy.
So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
Right? So, oh, yeah. So, you don't see it that way. You're wrong.
No.
Right? I'm right. So, you're subjectively, you're thinking you have blind spots. You're wrong. Like, I'm objective and you're subjective.
No.
This is not the way it's perceived. This is really the way it is.
I think that turns into...
Damn. Damn, bro. He's role-playing as Thor right now.
Conversational PvP for the sake of it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
That doesn't...
It absolutely turns into conversation. That's what you're doing.
When I say I'm doing this for context?
Yes. When you're saying other people get it wrong and here's the reality of it. Like, go back and, like, we can, like, rewind the stream and just listen to the structure of your sentence.
That is me being adversarial against people that are trying to make it out like that is an arrogance thing, that it is a boasting thing, like I'm trying to push somebody else down. That is absolutely being adversarial against that kind of speech. 100%.
I'm not. I don't think it's so. I think there's a construction in your speech, and there's a theme. If we listen, I know it's kind of hard, but you do things that are objective, right?
And subjective. I'm a human being.
Which ones do you represent? Which ones do we hear when we hear you talk?
I'm not sure I understand.
Okay.
Come on.
So, for example, if we were to code statements as subjective or objective, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Like, so coding a subjective statement is, let's say, like, I'll just give you an example. You know, why are people getting mad at you? Or you said something about, you know, I rely on proof. So if I were to code that...
It doesn't mean you don't.
I know.
Mean, I feel like somebody could take it that way, but that's not
No. That's I'm not going there. So if we were to code that gets coded as objectively.
Did this interview just happen today? Statement. No. This was 3 days ago. This was 3 days ago. Dr. K is really dialed in on this one. He's so insanely careful to keep the conversation moving forward to help Pirate understand, while still keeping him secure enough to be able to listen. It is truly an awe-inspiring to watch. Like, honestly, yes. Like, he has constantly diffused the tension, and it's gonna have to do it again soon. Tension is building. He's doing a lot of confrontation. He's gonna have to diffuse it again really soon. This is getting crazy right here.
Okay, sure.
So here's a subjective statement. I feel like this is unfair.
Okay.
Have you said that at any point?
Yes.
Over this conversation?
No.
No.
I feel like I have said that because I was talking about
he's trying it out right now.
The response is not proportional.
There we go. That's hold on. No. That's beautiful. That isn't the response is not proportional. That is not a statement of subjectivity. That is a statement of fact.
Okay.
Do you understand how I'm coding it?
I guess I could see that. I mean, like, that's me making an objective statement when I guess somebody else could say, no, it is proportional, you deserve this sort of a thing. I guess the thing is I just don't agree with that stance, so I state it in the way that I do, right? With that?
Yeah, it's just his language.
I don't know
he
if
needs
that's
to
wrong,
shift
though,
his fucking
because
language.
I
He's
feel
got to
like
learn a different one.
There's a limit that seems sane.
Oh my god, he's so excited because he found it. He found the thing and he's going to be able to, like, describe this to him. Look how excited he is. It's actually so funny.
And by sane, I mean correct and, like, not...
Absolutely, man. There's absolutely a limit that seems sane.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be different for everybody.
No.
Whatever their version is.
No, it's not. Because you didn't say there's a limit, because you used the word sane. Sane is like an objective thing, right? Sane is like crazy, insane versus sane. That's not a subjective thing. That is an objective kind of assessment. Right? So, like, if we say that someone is insane, we're not saying that they're subjectively insane. We're saying that they are objective. Like, those words are about an objective dimension.
But I'm not sure I understand the direction of this. And I think the reason why is because when
The direction is he's trying to tell you, man, that you need to stop stating things as fact and you need to change your language because it's annoying people. And you just got to have some wiggle room to be challenged ever. And like, let the things stand on their own, not stating them as this is how it is and you are completely wrong and these are all the facts. And then the way that you accomplish that is by leaving out details that would dismantle it. So it's like you fucking say this is a fact and you just like, okay, I'm not going to include this one part because that would look really bad for my narrative.
when I'm talking about these things of an objective stance of this is too far is because the statements that people are making are really fucked up. Like,
Again, here we go. We're going straight back to the fucking, we might as well pull out the iPad again. Draw the two little dudes, make some fake words, and say he's immediately trying to elicit a fucking like compassion response.
I do think that it is correct to make an objective statement to be like, you shouldn't be sending me pictures of my house from Google Maps. Right? Like, that's-
Everyone agrees with that.
I agree.
Everyone
So-
fucking agrees with that. No one's
let-
disagreeing with that.
Great. So let's take a step back for a second. Are you sure this is okay?
Yeah.
There it is. There's the diffusing. You gotta fucking release the tension. Okay, are we good? We good? It's like little. He's petting him or something.
I guess I just don't understand the direction of subjectivity
I know.
versus objectivity.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So I'm slow playing it. So let me be explicit. So remember, this goes back to what you are dealing with is disproportionate, right? So there's a variable that's missing. Something about the way that, and now I'm making an objective statement, okay, is not about blame. This is about assessing the way that you are existing on the internet and the response that happens to you. There's something in here objectively that is disproportionate.
Yes.
Okay? And this is completely, and even if we say, oh, here's the reason and you're to blame for it, I don't think that there's any reason that we can come up with that justifies other people's behavior. Does that make sense?
On some of these cases, yes.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah. I think there is a limit.
now what I'm trying to get into is precisely this, which is and this sounds arrogant, but I'm going to say, so it's clear to me that you have blind.
AOC and WoW. I totally missed that. I'm not sure if you're still there, Matthias, but no. Doink was talking about Ashes of Creation. So there was an extension of the WoW drama of Ashes of Creation creators saying, hey, we've always had a problem with Thor. We've always had a problem with PirateSoftware, whatever. That's his name. And saying that, like, he has there was this guy that was highlighting this exact situation of where he was to blame on his raid wiping, and then he started blaming everyone else in his raid. He got confronted with evidence and he continued to blame everyone else in his raid and saying, it was just like that whole situation blew up because of the other thing.
Spots about this, because something about the way that you are navigating, you have a rubric for how you interact with people, and something about that rubric is fucking triggering people. So what we're trying to do
is change it.
So how did you feel when I said that?
I thought it was funny because, like, I guess for me it's a kind of a dumbing down of the scenario, right? Of like, yeah, it's triggering people, but it's so much more than that. But yeah.
Okay.
I think it's leading them to do things that I don't even understand the reasoning behind it on a lot of that stuff.
I don't either.
Right. So I think the end game that I have here is to hypothesize what could be responsible for that gap. So in my experience, when something like this happens to someone like you, I think you're a decent dude. I think you made, it sounds like you made a smug comment and you ran away from the raid. It's a fucking hardcore raid. So I don't know what people were expecting.
It's actually crazy Thor decided to do this. That's exactly what I was trying to say at the start. Like, where's his motivations? It has to be that he thinks this is going to somehow diffuse the situation, because I don't think it would be fun to get increased popularity, right? From, I mean, maybe he does feel he wants to have a really good, drawn out way to tell his story, and he's hoping that like Dr. K can really like vouch for him in this situation and take his side, right? But that's not happening. That's not happening. I just looked, that clip of Dr. K being like, that was the most arrogant shit you ever, you're wrong, was the top click of LSF 3 days ago. LSF is going to drag this dude through the mud again. That's exactly what I'm saying, man. Yeah, this whole thing is getting rehashed. It is completely getting all dug up. And I mean, I don't know what the conclusion of this is. I still got a lot of time. I'm not even sure I'm going to stream the whole thing or whatever. But like, it's crazy. I think he does, like, I would imagine his motivation would either have to be that he's hoping to come in and tell his side of the story in a really good way. He's probably had a lot of time to think about it, right? And it's not going his way. I can't imagine that he would have thought it was going to go this way, but maybe he did, because he doesn't seem like the type of person that's just ready to like change, you know. But I don't know. Maybe he really truly just doesn't get it. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's going well. I feel like he's almost getting to him. He's almost really like connecting and making him understand it. I feel like the human psychology part of it. Yeah, that clip is terrible for the situation. That like, cause he did, whenever he said you're wrong, that is like completely out of context, you know, like that was the most arrogant shit ever. You're wrong. That one for sure is clipped out of context.
You know, like when you play WoW hardcore and you raid, sometimes things go bad and people die. Like that's just what happens in a WoW hardcore raid. Like what were people expecting? But I think what you're tapping into,
people
into
getting
some
triggered right now, I'm
energy
sure.
that is like that. I think
it's a
you're blind
dungeon.
to. You don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. And my point is that the reason it doesn't make sense to you is because of the way that you are looking at the world. Which is that if you pay attention to your statements are coded very objectively. And so then what happens is once you start looking at the world in terms of proof or not proof, I don't know if you're right, I don't know if you're wrong, but the question then becomes, how do two people that think that they are both operating based on reality, who disagree, how do we patch that up? How do we bridge that gap?
That's a great point, man.
I mean, generally what I see with that kind of stuff is you, the way that I like to do it is you kind of present evidence and stuff, you talk about it, you find out if you were right or if they were right. And sometimes you're both wrong, right? Like it just comes out to that. You learn something, you move on. Sometimes when it's like, I find it to be disingenuous, right? And I will use that as an objective term.
Yep.
I find it to be disingenuous to have a person come in that is not interested in a resolution, that just wants to cause a hateful situation.
Absolutely.
Right. And that's most of what I'm getting with this. And when they can't get me, it makes them angrier. When they can't hurt me, it makes them angrier. When they can't do anything about it, they can't shut down the stream, it makes them angrier. We get tons of people that'll come in and say things like, people still watch this guy. It's like, yeah, we still have a massive community. People love it, hanging out here and doing stuff. So like, I feel like when I make those objective statements, it's because I go, this is how I have this situation for communication. And if your only reason to be here is to cause problems, it's not going to be compatible. But if you want, and I tell people all the time, it's like, if you want to talk about this, we can talk about it. But if you're just here to copy paste something off of Reddit, cause a scene, and then get banned, like, we just don't care. Just going to ban you.
Okay. So, so I think what makes
That's why
this
I'm objective about that, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think what makes this really challenging is not that you're wrong. I think what makes this hard is that you're right. Okay, so when you're wrong,
He's really playing to him
it
right
is
now.
easy to show a correction, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When you're right, but incomplete, it becomes harder to show a correction. So like, let's say that I'm trying to think of an analogy. It's like if I develop a product that is crappy, that is successful, that happens to be successful, it is way harder to understand how that crappy product is crappy. Does that make sense? And I'm not trying to analogize you to a crappy product. I'm really just using this as an example of I mean, I love your content. Like, I really do. I think you're a great guy. Like, I don't think you deserve this. I'm in your corner, okay? But you see what I mean? I'm just using that as an example of, like, if you make a crappy video game.
That's another one I feel like would get clipped out of context and go crazy. That would be crazy. Like, if you develop a crappy product, like, just him saying that straight to him and then them posting that.
Right? And then, like, people play it. That doesn't make the video game good. And trying to explain to someone, hey, I know y'all think that Oblivion is an amazing game. I'd give it a 10 out of 10. But Oblivion is the start of the decline of the Elder Scrolls series. Oblivion is the first step in the wrong direction to what ended up as Starfield. That is something for a lot of people to
Dang, I have no idea.
Understanding. Right? Because Oblivion was a great game. It's a 10 out of 10. But if you want to really understand the glory that was Elder Scrolls, you have to play Morrowind. And
Chad is very divided on this topic.
Chad's wrong. Like, they're wrong. It's okay. So sometimes I get to be right and they get to be wrong.
It's a very objective statement.
Absolutely, right? So, and how do people respond to that?
Negatively.
I mean, it depends on the context, right? I think that there are moments where you can make statements like that and it's funny. It's seen as jest.
So I think what makes this hard in your situation is that everything that you say is correct. I just think it's incomplete. So what I'm basically getting a sense of is that you tend to, since you move away from some of this, like, emotional energy and you lean in. So the first thing that happens is once you suppress your, like, emotional circuitry.
Yeah. People want to see him get emotional. Want to see him be vulnerable. Want to see him have some faults. No, I don't know what's the right way to put it. Because a lot of it's like, like, he's just not giving a full picture, like he says, right?
Your emotions still influence your logic.
Okay.
Okay.
I can see that. I think in times of deep stress, that gets more so.
100%. It gets very, very, very good, right? So it's not that the emotions stop. It's just that we start dissociating from them. Dissociation doesn't mean shut down. It means unaware. And then what happens is the emotions will shape our logic. And it's not that they're illogical. It's that it becomes more selective.
Sure. I can see that. That makes sense.
And so I think what's going on is, like, the story that you tell me has what I would call missing reasons. So I know that's confusing. There's a great post about it that I think a therapist made many years ago. But sometimes when people tell stories and, like, bad things are happening to them, they are leaving out things that evoke the response of the other people. So when you tell a story that other people are just like crazy and it's the internet and it's parasocial and people are reacting, there's something missing there. I don't think you can evoke. I mean, it's very possible that you are just incredibly, incredibly unlucky. I don't think that is a good attitude to
I don't
take.
think it's a good descriptor. No. I think
right?
that
So
removes any chance of fixing that. Yeah.
I suspect that there is something around your smugness. I suspect there is something around
Oh man, he didn't like that one.
the way that you perceive your
Holy shit. Hold on. Alrighty.
yourself as ordinary, but you act anything but. maybe even some degree of, because I don't think you're ordinary. Like, I don't think that's objectively correct. Like, I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at human beings, I think you're exceptional. Like, if we look at the range of various things, you are not ordinary. If we look at the bell curve of content creators on Twitch, you are not ordinary. So
I would say in terms of that, maybe, but like, I just feel like a normal dude.
All Thor is going to remember from this part is that you are exceptional. He's trying to figure out how to take this. He's really trying to figure it out.
A normal dude that sits in a chair for 12 hours a day.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there are parts of you that are, and it sounds like you sometimes push these away. I think there's a lot more there. So you said, you know, I feel like a normal dude. I think that makes sense. But I think there's a lot of feelings there about being a normal dude that maybe are not super conscious.
Okay.
Right?
I'm not sure I understand, but I think that's kind of the point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the challenge that I have is that I'm making statements that are unfalsifiable. Right? So if I say subconsciously you don't think you're a normal dude, how can you ever disprove that? So this is one of the frustrations with my profession, is that sometimes people like myself will make these statements, right? So I do this carefully, where, like, I'm not saying this is correct. I think it's worthwhile for you to explore how you construct a narrative, what people, and this is where I think what happens is when people react to you.
This is really valuable advice. I feel like he's doing a great job of identifying the problem and giving him a solution, changing his language to be less objective and more subjective or emotional, and talk about his feelings towards certain things instead of stating things as fact or you are wrong or all this stuff, right? Like, would go a long way in his likability and how people can connect with him, because, like, yeah, he's really nailing it, dude. He's actually fucking nailing it.
You look at the objectivity. I think that's a mistake, because nothing you perceive will be objective. The human brain is not capable of objective perception by definition.
I do think there is an objective reality, and I do think that's something that there is value in striving for in many situations, because something I don't like is perception is reality. And I know that perception is reality for the grand majority of situations. It has nothing to do with the objective reality of what is truth of the situation, what actually has occurred or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's how
Some
do I
high-level
feel
stuff
about
here.
what occurred.
Well,
and that's something I've always felt. And that's kind of like a big thing for me. Yeah.
Great.
Man, I like seeing him smile, and he feels like he's getting these breakthroughs, you know?
I love it. I agree with you 100%. And I would love to talk about that with you maybe today, maybe on a different day, just about the philosophy side of it. But I think that my point is, so you're right. So, like, there's an objective reality. Agree. And perception is not objective reality. So when you look at objective reality and you conclude that this is what really happened, where are we? Is that objective reality, or is that your perception?
That is my perception.
Very
100%.
good. Right?
But when I talk about it, I think the disconnect is this. When I talk about something and I say it with, this is what happened, that's from my perspective. And I think maybe I'm not doing enough in terms of explaining this is from my perspective, this is how I feel about it, because I don't talk that way generally.
Yeah. That's not what you should be doing. So I think this is key point. This is exactly it. So I think this solution space seems hard for you to grasp. You shouldn't be further explaining yourself. You should be further trying to understand why people feel this way about you. Right? So this is not about what is objective.
Wow.
It is about what someone else's subjective perception of you is. And that will give you insight into how you are perceived, which in turn will give you an insight, an ability to bypass your own cognitive biases of your own perception. So if I want to understand what I really am, I have a certain amount of information from myself, right? This is what I think I am.
Okay.
But then I have another very valuable piece of information, which is other people's perceptions of me. Now, this is where things get really hard, because if people are sending you death threats, it becomes very difficult to get a reasonable perception of who you are from a heavily biased individual.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So
yeah, no, it's impossible at that point. I feel.
I get that. So not impossible, right? So this is where it's really interesting. But sometimes the people who hate you the most can still be very valuable information about how you exist in the world.
I agree with that. No, I
right?
super agree with that.
And the classic example of this is like in a relationship where there is one person who is narcissistic. So anytime we're dealing with narcissism, it becomes really hard for that person. Like,
that's a trigger word for him. He's probably been called a narcissist thousands of fucking times, dude. Like, how many times do you think someone has said, "You're a narcissist" to this? Yo, what's up, Yekum? Hey, man. You're late. I can't believe you're late. I can't believe you're fucking late right now for this. This has been pretty good so far. It's almost like exhausting. There's a lot. I've already watched an hour and 40 minutes of this. Basic recap of what we've went through. Honestly, Dr. K's got a pretty good beat on the whole situation and why he thinks that people might be disliking Thor and why a lot of this stuff has gone out of, has dragged on for so long and all that stuff. And he's basically confronting him a lot. No, Dr. K is really not giving him an out, other than like he is reassuring him like, hey, we don't have to talk about this, you can stop. He is confronting him on, his language, in the way that he talks, and the way, like, right now that's what he's covering, right? Is like the way that he talks and the way that he projects his statements and stuff. He like presents them as objective, and he presents them, and it makes him appear like very, and then he asks him how he feels about himself and all this stuff, right? And like and saying like that's not coming through, and then like, yeah. So he's basically just like covering a lot of that stuff right now. It's been pretty good, honestly. It's been pretty good, and I can't tell how, where he's at completely in PirateSoftware or Thor or whatever. I can't tell exactly like where he's at in this whole thing and how he's feeling about it. I hope he's accepting like, this is like, I think he's giving him really valuable advice to change some of his like language, right? And like how he talks about things and how he thinks about things. Anyone tell him that him doing therapy about the situation and then broadcasting it might be the epitome of his arrogance, and that we all hate that he thinks he'll look good or vindicated on this platform. Yeah, no, I haven't heard that. Yeah, what we were discussing was, why would he do this? Me and Doink were kind of talking about that. And, what we came to the conclusion is like, okay, there's a couple of possible outcomes. I immediately dismissed the one that like doing this for more exposure. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he would do that. He's already gotten plenty of exposure from this whole fucking thing. I think he really wants to diffuse this whole situation. And that could go two ways. He finds like, he goes on this thing. Dr. K takes his side. He gets to tell his story. It comes out and it goes really well. I think that's the outcome that he probably wanted. Right? Like you said, like he gets vindicated on this platform. The other outcome, which I don't think he really, I don't know, maybe he was open to it, but is what's kind of happening, where he gets dissected and like, they really like get into the gritty part of it, and they find some self-improvement, right? Like find some self-improvement. Sorry, we got an ad. Ad. Oh wait. Oh, I can see. Okay, yeah. That's kind of like the 3 outcomes we were talking about. Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty good so far, honestly.
This person will perceive other people as hating them. I think this is. I'm not saying you're narcissistic or anything like that. And I think that there's a.
He's been called narcissistic 100 fucking times. He is so over this. Look at this face. He's like, I've heard it 100 times.
It's between a narcissistic family member who believes that I lost weight to make them look bad. There's a huge objective gap.
What?
Yeah, so I
that's a
lost weight.
wild
So
statement.
I feel insecure about person A feels insecure about their weight. Person B loses weight. Person A gets mad at person B for losing weight so that it makes them look bad. That shit happens. I think
That's weird as shit.
It's a wide gap between death threats that you're receiving, which I really do hope stop.
Yeah.
But my point is that I think the mistake you're making is that you say I'm smug, and then you go on to all of these other issues, whereas I think you're really downplaying, whether consciously or unconsciously or whatever. Maybe it's even objectively correct. I don't know. All I know is that when you do that, people are not going to be happy with it. And when they respond to you, we're not talking about right or wrong here. We're talking about efficacy or not efficacy. Trying to understand where they're coming from with their complaints, as opposed to, so basically
Dismissing it.
steel manning their argument instead of straw manning their argument.
Okay. No, I mean,
Right?
I think the thing is that that's what I tried to do in the beginning, and I have not done that since. I think I stopped doing that about 30 days in. I tried to sit down and talk to people about it. I tried to ask people,
No.
like, hey, why are you saying that?
No, I don't think so. No, that's not from. Nah. So if you do something with bad efficacy, and he was wrong.
And each time that I tried to do that, like I said, the callus kind of built up.
I believe, yeah.
Just screaming the same thing over.
He's leaving out details.
Again until they get banned. And I haven't been able to get like a valid, real conversation.
This is
out of
so
it.
wrong.
I think the biggest thing is that I've only been able to receive really polarized responses.
No.
And we get people from our community-
I could pull up fucking 20 people who are giving you sincere, thoughtful, and very thought-provoking like responses to this whole situation, a breakdown, and like, genuinely trying to reach out and help you. And that is I remember I read them. I watched the videos, and they were people that are close to him. PirateSoftware, do you think we could do this interview without the voice filter? Do you think he uses a voice filter? Oh man, here we go. We were really tearing him down. I actually don't. I have no clue. I don't think so. 100%. All right. I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, maybe for sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess he's a content creator. Like he's going to want to make his voice sound as good as possible. Yeah. Oh, we got the receipts. We got the proof. He's going to, I could see that. I guess here's the thing. I don't demonize that too much. Honestly. I don't demonize that too much. I'm sure he probably has played with his audio settings to make it sound in a way that he really prefers. I don't think that's too crazy. But maybe if it's really drastic, that could be kind of messy,
They're like, no, you're the best. You didn't do anything wrong, which is not true. Like, obviously, I screwed up in the dungeon, right? Like, that's obvious, and I was smug about it. Like, get it, right? And then there's the other side of it, which is...
His video was talking about how his voice changed in his 30s. Yeah, I remember Garrett telling me about this. How he had, like, second puberty or something like that. That's weird. That sounds some weird shit.
You're a piece of shit and you deserve to die.
I don't
Dude,
know
these are
anything
so
about the medical
polarized.
aspects of that.
What am I supposed to get?
Yeah.
from this?
So the solution that I am suggesting works with humans. I don't know if it works on.
But it's like 2 octave lower than any of his videos where he's not at his stream setup. That's kind of weird, yeah. That's a pretty drastic thing to change. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like, I think if somebody is trying to record their voice and they're playing around with audio settings, they're going to want to pick the one that they think sounds the best or whatever. You know? I feel like that's not that crazy. Maybe it's the case that, like, it's not representative. If it's not representative of his real voice, that's a problem, you know? For sure.
On the internet.
It's a very different thing, right?
No, absolutely, right?
All right,
I am
let's see.
suggesting works with humans. I don't know if it works on the internet.
It's a very different thing, right?
No, absolutely, right? So
Did the stream just go down? Oh, yeah, I lagged. Yeah, I was lagging. Should be okay. Am I okay now? Can you guys hear me? Hey, guys. Oh, no, he's DDoSing me. PirateSoftware is DDoSing me right now. Let me make sure. Let's see. I'll refresh my own stream. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I can hear myself. Ugh. Sorry. Just kidding. All right.
That is-
in the
yeah.
real world, when someone gets mad at you, like, I want y'all to think about if people behaved in the real world the way they do on the internet, shit would be crazy.
That's actually already started happening. So, like, this has spilled over into people interacting with me that way in real life.
Yeah, so, yeah, and I mean, that's like, you know, even if someone does something, I don't know what
I knew it with his high-pitched voice.
Thor did to hurt y'all, but I don't think he did very much objectively. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, so that's where, like, even when I say that, the way that I attach a statement to it, maybe I'm missing something, right? But my understanding of the situation is that you were kind of an ass about something involving a WoW raid, and then my guess is that you were kind of an ass with the way that you responded to it, because you're really good at being an ass, like, in a way that I really appreciate.
What the fuck? This is an interesting conversation.
But you're an ass. So
Yeah,
it's
when I
what
say
makes
smug, that's the same. Yes, I would. Agree.
yeah. So, like, what I love is I've sent you a couple of DMs because, like, I'll see your shorts or whatever, and I'll be like, this is fucking amazing. That assholery that you exhibit, where you have these kind of base takes, is like what makes you amazing. And when that kind of emotional energy,
My Twitch is lagging for some reason. I did just disconnect, Matthias. Yeah, my stream just crashed, but I don't know. Let me see. Is my YouTube good? I feel like YouTube has like a longer response time for this sort of thing. Is it still on the same? Looks like we're good. Let me go back like 5 minutes. Yeah, my Twitch crashed for a little bit, but it restarted. We should be good now.
she comes
What a based take is. Dude, I've been wondering that for the fucking last 5 years, man. I'll be honest. I still don't get it. Every time I hear it, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I remember talking to Behone about this. Be like, can you explain to me what based is? Like, I still really don't understand it. Like, I feel like people just throw it out there sometimes, dude. I don't know. I always like, I think let me try to put my own personal definition on it. I think the way people use it is like when someone says something that is like against the grain a little bit, so it's not a very popular opinion. It's like more of an unpopular opinion, and it kind of ignores feelings in a way, right? It's like it ignores like you know, being I don't know, diplomatic about it. You know, it just gives you a flat out likes his based takes. I guess so, dude. Matthias, what's a based take? Can someone give a... That's my best understanding of it. It's like a unapologetic, unpopular opinion that everyone appears to think... This isn't always true, obviously. But they would like to put it as like, Giga Chad, like, everyone was thinking it, but I said it. I'm so based. Like that kind of thing. That's what I think about whenever I hear people say that. Everyone was thinking it, but they were too afraid to say it. But I'm based, so I said it.
Comes out where you did something wrong, and then I think what happens is the way that you frame your response is it's not that bad. I didn't really do too much. Everyone made mistakes. Like it's like you'll say you make a mistake, but that's not what comes across, right? So if you and I have a fight, right?
So I feel like I'm being direct, and other people feel like I'm being evasive.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
so
a good...
I want you to think about this for a second.
That's a good breakdown of it.
I've always had problems with that.
I
That
can
is
tell.
100% a communication failure on me.
I can tell 100%.
See, that's the thing. I couldn't have this conversation with anyone else because it was just polarized and obnoxious every time I
Grubby.
had that conversation.
Talk to Grubby. Talk to Grubby. Talk to Savix. Dude, those are the two guys that I think about that, like, they were literally in the guild with him, and they made great, like, videos about this whole situation.
Conversation. And yeah, no, I get that.
So-
I've had issues with that my entire life because it's hard for me to be like, if I say something, I go, hey, here's the thing, and they go, oh, he's hiding something, and I'm like, but how else can I say this?
Yes.
And that's, yeah.
So I think that's huge. So now I'm going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you believe you are being direct and other people believe you are being evasive,
Yeah.
what kind of model would you develop for like shit happens on day 1 and what are things going to look like on day 100? It's just going to get worse, right? Because the more that you're pouring a liquid on the fire, you think it's water, they think it's oil. And things
Yeah,
are just
that's
get
why
ran-
I tried. That's why I tried all those different like things along the way of like, hey, we'll talk about this, we'll do this kind of a thing. You know, try to communicate.
Oh,
this in some
no.
other way, and I
Real nice day. Look away, man. We're rehashing the whole thing. Oh, we got another ad. It's because my stream restarted. Dang it.
feel like I ran out of options. Jesus.
Yeah, so I
Hold
okay.
on a second.
So I'm going to
But I
start by
don't-
huh?
I don't think it's disproportionate.
Oh, I accidentally went way back. Where were we at, guys? I think we're getting to the end of this, right? Where are we at? I want to find on my YouTube video. No, we're about halfway through. Shit, dude.
It on you, bro. I really do.
That's not good.
Is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I mean, sorry, I've noticed that you tend to be complete with your. You are blind to.
What I saw from my perspective, this is what's been going on to me, and then there's kind of a
Person who really like connect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
didn't accept any blame.
I find the hardest thing is oftentimes the best.
And I'm like,
Sorry,
what?
guys.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Comes across that way. So when I said you owned up to this one thing, and then
Okay.
you talked about
This
all
looks
this
like a
other
good
bad
spot.
stuff that happened to you, and you're like, objectively, I disagree. I did this one thing, and I literally have 50,000 people. And I was like, okay, you know what? You're right. But even though you're right, what people are going to hear, their limbic circuits of the brain are going to hear, yeah, I was smug and all this shit happened to me and it's not my fault. That's what people are going to hear. And when people hear that,
Dude, that's weird for me. legitimately.
Yep, I know.
Because like, from my perspective, I'm like, hey, you know, I screwed this up. This is how this went down. Here's my perspective on it.
Yep.
And then the response is, you didn't take any accountability. You're a piece of shit. Why won't you just say it? And I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense to me in response.
I get
Yeah.
Like
so
for me, that's
that kind of did happen in a way, but it's because he's not highlighting, he's not leaning into the part that people want to hear, you know? He's really downplaying it. Like he said earlier, it's 1%. 1% of the conversation is his fault. The first 30 days, where was he a piece of shit? Wait. The first 30 days, where was he a piece of shit? Are you asking for my question? Or like, wait, can you reframe that? Oh, where he was. Sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah. He really was. Yeah. He really was. He really wasn't taking any accountability for sure. And if it was the 1%. It was like, I messed up here. I could have done this. But you're bad. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's like, and that's what people really hate.
such a disconnect between those two conversations.
And this is not about right or wrong, fair or unfair, just or unjust, true or not true. Now what
Yeah.
we're talking about,
It's
like,
how to
so
communicate.
we're a channel that talks about the mind. So you're saying, I said this, someone says you don't take any fucking accountability. And you're like, that is a disconnect with me. I completely agree. That is the one thing that I think we can all agree on, is that whether they like you, dislike you, whether they like whatever, the one thing we can all agree on is that there's a disconnect. Other people think that you're disconnected. You think they're it's not even about you, but or other blame. There is absolutely a disconnect between the kind of response that you're getting and what you're doing. There is a disconnect for other people between what you did and what you're owning up to. That's my point. So like when I started this conversation, the key thing is that there's a circle that's empty.
I can't
That's the only
stand
way this
Dr.
can be
K.
explained.
Really? Really? Because you were telling me earlier that you hadn't really watched too much of him. All right, tell me about it. Elaborate. I think I generally like him, but he does have his own elements. I'm cringing so hard. Mental gymnastics masters talking to mental gymnastics. No, like isn't this literally what I sent you? Like, let me go back to my DM to you whenever you sent me this thing. I was like, dude. Dude, hold on, because I'm so curious about what my word to word was. Honestly, Dr. K is the same way. 2 peas in a pod is literally what I said. And it's like, I totally agree. But he doesn't, it's not like horrible for me, but yeah. I feel like he is the same way. And he kind of talked about that a little bit. He literally brushed on it like a tiny bit, like he's dealt with this thing that he's going through. And it was like, wow, that's interesting. Like, yeah, I never saw that arc. Like, I wonder how that went. I feel like Dr. K is just appealing to him enough to keep him on the show and milk him for content. Interesting. It's not who is right, who is wrong. Yes, a lot of this is that. That's the problem. Okay, well, I understand where he's coming from, because they're past that now. Like, yeah, you're right. Like, a lot of that is that. But I think what they're trying to get to is, like, they're trying to eliminate that factor of who is right, who is wrong. They're trying to eliminate. He's talked about this a couple times. He's trying to peel that part away. Like, let's forget about this part is maybe the better language. You know, like, I think that's my interpretation of what he's trying to do. He's trying to highlight a certain thing, like a solution almost, and like the language that he should be like kind of shifting and changing and stuff. I don't know. That's a really cynical take that you think he's on here to. That's probably some element of that is probably true. Like, he is kind of got him on. I mean, that's his whole fucking job right now, you know? That's his whole thing or whatever. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know if I fully believe that, but I could see that being part of it.
And the question
Like that, knock him off his pedestal. He still thinks he's right, but is communicating wrong. We're not at the point where he needs to fix his communication, because that would just be manipulation. He needs to send the correct message first. That's true. Yeah. But I think what he is communicating to Dr. K is that he doesn't think he was right. Like, he is literally saying to him, he thinks he was wrong. He thinks he was smug. And he's saying to him, he thinks he was being direct about that to everybody. But that's not coming through. That's like what they just talked about in the last like 10 minutes or whatever, is what they're talking about now. So that, if that was the case, which it wasn't at the start, he really didn't feel like he was wrong by, what do you want me to do for you? I have no mana. All those things, right? Like, he didn't think he was wrong, and then he doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down. How many downs can you go? How many downs can you go that he like didn't think he was wrong, and he never wanted to be wrong, and he thought he was right? Like, for sure, I agree. But like, he is saying to him right now that he thinks he was wrong in some element, at least in his communication or whatever. But you're right. Drinks and laughs from this gigantic beer size beer stein. Yeah. Everyone got their popcorn?
question is, what's in the circle? And what I found, if y'all find yourself in a situation like Thor, I find the hardest thing is oftentimes the best thing to try to do, which is to try to understand when someone says, I don't take accountability, or they say, they accuse.
Yeah, but Dr. K didn't screw up his Frost Mage basic mechanic. This 100% Dr. K is a Disc Priest player. Disc Priest player, huh? All right, let's get Dr. K on WoW and see what he would play. You think he'd be a Disc Priest player? Why do I think, like, I almost want to say like a tank, but like, I don't know.
Excuse me, they say you don't take accountability.
I guess it would make more
to
sense
do your
to be
best to
a
try to
healer.
understand that. And I think you've done that, because it sounded like for the first 30 days you engaged with people in conversation.
Yes.
And when you engage
And
with
I found
See, this is just a misrepresentation. I mean, I guess I don't really know, but from my perspective, that is not the case. It felt like he shut everyone out for the first 30 days. It felt like he didn't want to hear anybody for the first 30 days. You know, I don't think that that's an accurate representation, that he tried to talk to people. That doesn't sound right. That's not how I recall. But again, it wasn't my experience, so.
found that the reactions started to get more and more, I could use the word unhinged, but it really just comes down to more and more unbending of.
We both have watched enough hours of communication where he was a smug. Yeah, if you weren't 100% Team Thor, he banned you and threatened you and banned you from Twitch. Like, threatened you to get you banned from Twitch. Yeah. I mean, that's what I've seen, for sure. He is wrong there. Yeah, I do. I have seen a lot of that.
I just want to make an attack. I just want to go in the chat and make an attack. I just want to go on your YouTube and make an attack. It wasn't in good faith to have, like, I want to have a conversation about this. It was, I just want to be here to throw a punch and then leave. And that's
So
it.
I think that there's two things that I hear there. One is, once again, this pattern of the more I do something right, the more wrong someone appears to be. Right? So I tried to listen to them. They became more unhinged. They became more unbending. So that can absolutely be the case. But do you see how this is another scenario where you behaved correctly and someone else behaved incorrectly?
I feel like that is an incorrect response, because the first thing that'll be brought up is they always say, well, you didn't accept any blame. And I go, here's in this post where I said that I did this wrong.
What did you hear me say?
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So I'm just pointing. Your statement was, I tried to listen to people, and they became more unhinged.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
would
I
say
want
that.
you to
I think that
code.
the people that are still
No, don't worry
I-
about the people. Hold on.
okay.
Code that sentence. Look at the grammar of that sentence.
Because it's objective.
I did something right and they did something wrong. That's the way. That's what I hear when you say those words. And this could be where your disconnect is. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. I'm just saying here's another statement that you made. I tried to talk to people. They're crazy.
It really is. He's trying to like fucking. They're about to bring up his dad working at Blizzard. That's fucking.
I don't think. I think there's an objective reality there, though. When someone
Sure.
comes in and says,
No.
"You didn't take any accountability for this," and I go, "Here in this post, I said I did this wrong. Here on this video, I said I did this wrong," and they go, "That never happened." Like,
Okay.
what am I supposed to do with that?
Very good. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay? So, I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy. Okay, so bear with me, Thor. Try. Don't read chat. Focus. Read chat. Okay. So, here's the problem.
Dang, he
You're
called him
not
out on
wrong.
reading
that's,
chat.
That's what's so wrong. That's what's so hard about this. So when you engage
He
with
is
people
very uncomfortable right now. That's kind of hard to watch. Yeah. This is difficult. But I wonder where this is going right now.
first 30 days. I think there's let's think about it, okay? There's a selection bias. Who's going to come talk to you? The raving people.
I think
He's
there
a
was an
Murloc.
initial wave, and then it calmed down to people that were kind of willing to talk, and
Yeah.
now it's just the raving.
Whatever.
Yeah.
So like when you open yourself to conversation on the internet, let's be honest, the likelihood that you get a balanced person who really is willing to take a step back and admit their flaws and understand how they're wrong and is not projecting something on you is low.
That's not what the intention of me talking about it was when I was engaging in those conversations. The way that I feel about that a lot of the times, you're not going to get through to the person who's angry on the internet.
Okay?
You generally won't. They're not going to sit down and have a valid conversation with you. They're not interested in resolving that. Most of the time, that person doesn't care, I find.
Yeah, that's
With that
true.
in mind, if you don't say anything, I feel that on the internet today, if you do not say a thing in defense of yourself at all,
Yep.
everyone believes the only voice in the room, which is the one that's negative.
Okay.
And
Agreed.
that's exactly what happened. So I put out a video about all this kind of stuff.
Yes.
Released that, and immediately everyone was like, "Oh shit, maybe this is too far." And I got a whole bunch of people actually sending me positive posts
Cool.
for the first time since all that happened.
Cool.
So the stance that I've taken on all of this is I go, here's what I saw from my perspective.
How about better
This is what's been
actions?
going on to me. And then there's kind of a camp of people that say,
That's true.
fuck you.
That's. Hey, man, I'm here for it. I'm here for the redemption arc. Okay? I want him to literally find it. You know? I feel like that's why I'm invested in this. And also because it's so interesting. Because it's such a relatable topic. I'm one of the raving lunatics on the internet. Let this man burn. Holy shit. Ban this guy.
You, I hate you. And then there's a camp of people that go, that seems reasonable. And I've just kind of hung out with people that think that it's reasonable. Because I don't know if there's another
I need
solution to
Barbie.
this.
Where's Sora?
Yeah, so I think that they're
I don't know if I wonder what Vi Barbie would say right now, honestly. I wonder what Sora would say. Den? Where's Den?
is another solution to that scenario. And so that's what I'm trying to point out to you is there's a certain way in which you communicate, which I don't think is wrong, but gets consistently perceived, like we mentioned earlier, direct into evasive. So when we you just, and I don't know if this makes sense, but I want you to I don't know how to say this, but you're a programmer, so maybe this.
Tyler One's takes were so spot on that it honestly should have ended with that. I remember Tyler One's take being pretty wrong at the start. I wonder which part you're talking about. You'll have to remind me. I remember Tyler once saying there was nothing he could have done. Yeah, he was totally right. And that was like completely incorrect. Like from a mechanical functional standpoint, we're talking about the game. We're not even talking about his actions. We're talking about the game. Tyler One's take on his gameplay was so wrong. But I don't remember Tyler One's take on like his way he handled everything and all that stuff. But he swapped it? Yeah, I don't remember that. I remember the initial response that Tyler had, which was like, yeah, he couldn't have done anything. Yeah, he was right. Yeah, he should have ran. Instead of one Frost Nova, guys. A singular Frost Nova.
This will make sense. I'm trying to put in language that I don't understand that I hope you will.
Rank 1
'Cause
Frost
I don't know
Nova.
what I'm talking about.
Rank
Code
1
your
Blizzard.
Statements.
Sorry.
I tried to talk to people. I presented proof. They became unhinged. So, like, if we code that statement, I did something right, they reacted wrong. What I hear frequently...
He's uncomfortable, bro. They could do a whole ass, like, study on this thing. This whole thing. This was such a phenomenon, man.
In the way that you communicate is that structure. Now, what makes this so confusing is that I'm not saying that that statement is factually incorrect. And if anyone who has dealt with other human beings knows this, you can tell another human being something that is factually correct, and they cannot give a damn and double down. In fact, that is usually what happens. So what I'm sort of getting is like, this is the disconnect. I do wonder whether you are blind to... There's a certain kind of accountability that people are looking from you that you're not giving them. That doesn't mean...
What is it?
This is what I'm digging into. So one is maybe it's in the way you're giving it. So it's not that I'm not saying you need to take more accountability, okay? I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. But my point is that when I see this pattern, and it could be just like, it's like a perceptual thing, because the way that you're talking is making people more upset, which doesn't mean that
he can't stop looking at the chat, dude. He was saying at the end of the day, it's his hours against yours, and everyone values their own time more, and you would probably do the same, for example, and it literally happened. Yeah, but I feel like the whole thing has evolved past that, you know, and there's a certain amount of risk, and I can speak to this literally probably 3 times in hardcore WoW that I personally would like throw my life on the line for my teammates and risk everything. Their hours versus my hours, whatever. We're a team. I'm going to try to get them out, you know? Like, so I don't think that's right, you know? Especially because your hours versus their hours, there's a certain amount of risk too. Like, you have to do risk assessment. And the risk assessment on his behalf was very low. So if you're putting yourself at almost no risk to save someone's life, like, I'm sorry, I just have to fully disagree. Yeah, I think that take of, if that's the take, their hours versus his hours, it's way more nuanced than that. And ultimately, if we're actually talking about the gameplay part of it, which is not even the problem, it is not even like what this whole thing evolved to, because it evolves way past that. It evolves way past the gameplay thing. I think personally, without a doubt, he played it completely incorrect. And that's okay that he did that. But then the worst part is that he like doubled, tripled down on it in like, yeah. And they're just kind of covering that now, right? Like, the real problem is the way he presents himself about it really fucking rubs people the wrong way. Like he presents himself as he didn't do anything wrong. you know, and everyone else is an idiot. And he, like, that's literally the core of it. That's literally the core of it.
You're wrong. It's just like the way that I'm communicating is ineffective at resolving this issue.
But like I said, it evolved past that, and now it's like into communicating with people and presenting yourself and your intentions. And it's like, I don't know. He's just, yeah, it's a mess.
So a simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I mean, sorry, I've noticed that you tend to be complete with your answers. So when I look at that X thread, right, you try really hard and you do a great job. You're like, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
If I try to be incomplete with it?
What is he,
incomplete
what
with
is
the
he
whole
saying?
story and just focus on the smugness.
What does that mean?
Oh, I understand what he's saying. Like, has he ever downplayed the negative part that he is admitting that he did wrong? Has he ever tried to be incomplete and leave out details with, oh, I was arrogant there, or I was an asshole there? And like, yeah, he's going to have to reiterate it.
Let me show
Like
you.
not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit of hyperbole, but
Just an emotional response?
no, just say, hey guys. So basically, you know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes, I was smug. And then there's a lot that
Yeah.
comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
Holy shit. So he's saying to be consistent, or what is he trying to say actually? Like, okay. He's saying like, instead of attaching all of this reason to why he was smug and all that stuff, but his reaction is not that insane when you consider how they treated him for it, especially considering they were equally roach, and that's what I'm trying to say. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I've never had an issue with like him playing bad, right? Like, I think a lot of people don't, right? But it is objective that he could have done way more and he could have played way better, right? And the problem lies that for a majority of when this thing was at its peak, he was saying that he couldn't have, that there was nothing that he could have done. Like in trying to present it objectively, I didn't have enough mana. I didn't have the resources. I didn't have the things that I needed to help. Instead of saying like that he fucked up. Yeah, I could have helped. Instead of framing it like I was very nervous, I was defensive, I was frustrated with the group, it went poorly. You know, like this is like let me try to put myself in his shoes and think about how I feel like I could have maybe framed it, and maybe it wouldn't have went this way. Maybe I would have had the same fucking response. Who fucking knows? I don't think so. But like, you know, to like, if you're in that situation and someone's upset with you right after the fact, apologize. I'm sorry you guys lost your character. That sucks. I gotta be honest. I was really frustrated about the previous runs. I didn't think we were meshing. We probably should have ended it. I should have said, there was a lot I could have done. And, you know, in gameplay wise, I panicked and I got scared, and I wasn't about to risk my character for you guys because I wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? Like but he started bringing up all these, like, he wasn't honest about it. You know, he framed it as I didn't have the resources. I didn't have like, and that's the problem. It's all about the after the fact. Someone playing like dog shit and being bad is like 90% of the OnlyFans thing. Like they were all just terrible players, but he presented himself as like this god mage, right? Who could do no wrong. And then even after the fact, like presented himself like that. And you know, that's the way that everyone perceived him. And that's the problem, right? Not necessarily that his gameplay actions were the problem, even though objectively, in my opinion, they were completely wrong. They were completely wrong, and they all made mistakes, and all of that shit is like completely correct. But like we're so far past that. We're so far past that, and we're now in like the reason why everyone dislikes him for his responses and the days following, and the even now like what it is about this, you know, guy and his personality that like people just get triggered by. Like that's really the conversation now. It's not even like, it's no longer the gameplay part. Like that part's already easy for me. You know, I could literally go through and dissect that and be like, yep, could have done this, could have done that, or whatever. And again, people make mistakes and we're all human, right? And it's like we're panicking and the emotion of the situation. Like, you know, I've died a few times in hardcore and I'll go back and look at it and be like, I could have done this differently, I could have done that differently. Yes, for sure. You know, absolutely. But it's like it's how you handle it, I feel like, and the people involved, and like how cold and harsh he was with everyone there, and how much power and potential that he could have had on the situation. And like it's just a pattern with him. That's just how he treats it all the time, it seems like, because we've seen that represented in other games too. I would say if I mean, I don't know. I would say dig deeper into this if you really like. I feel like I've watched so much of it. I can't believe we're rehashing it again. But I find this part I find this pretty interesting. So
Feels like that's too long. Didn't read. I don't.
it's tough. It's tough to be the asshole these days, especially when you stream all your content. Everyone can bring up how you're a total piece of shit. Totally. Yeah. Yeah.
Need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like
A little bit of sarcasm. Fuck this guy. I mean, I totally think he's in the wrong in a lot of ways, but I do have like a large amount of sympathy for his situation, and I don't want to see him burn like you said, right? But I'm much more interested in the outcome of where does this actually end up, you know? I just think he couldn't handle the shouting at him after they died. I think it was Yamato, and that made him do it. Oh, it was absolutely Yamato. Yeah, was there shouting? I mean, I guess so. Pirate, where are you going, man? That's what I remember. But like, I don't know. I don't think that's like, I don't think that excuses it. That's the thing, right? It doesn't excuse it. It's an explanation, but it doesn't mean that he was right to do so. And like you can empathize with his like feelings in the moment or whatever, but the people that are really upset are his feelings after the moment, when he's had time to reflect and to think about what he did and how he still doubled down and tripled down and said he wasn't wrong. You wouldn't apologize for that? Because not everyone in that group, it's one guy, and he was like, you know, that doesn't mean that everybody should have fucking like went down like that, you know? Like the people who died. And even still, the people who are upset about it, like in the way that he handled it, not the gameplay. Again, it's the game. It's not even the gameplay, man. We're so past the gameplay part. I wouldn't do what he did, but I wouldn't apologize. Yeah. I would probably apologize. I would say I could have done more. And I'm sorry. Didn't like, and it's immediately diffused at that point. I feel like
To do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really hate that. That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me. 100%. I don't like doing hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures. I don't like that at all. And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel, but that feels fucked up to me.
No, I think
I
it's
could
great.
do that. I could go on the internet and just be like, "Oh yeah, my bad, guys," but like that's not real. It doesn't make sense.
I think that's great. So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation. And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way. There's something about the way that you talk that seems...
Oh, man. That's hard.
dismissive. So I'll tell you where that...
No, I agree with that.
Right? So
No,
it's like, I made a mistake, we all made mistakes.
Okay.
Right? So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh, yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. Like, do you see what that... We're not married, but... you see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky, is like, I don't think you're wrong. Like, I don't, and what we got
the way
from
that
you...
I feel about it
Yeah.
is that it I don't even know if the word, it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like...
Appeasement.
It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving something that's not real, so that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. So I think I think the key thing there is I was trying to figure out what won me over when you said that, and I'd be...
Here's the thing, is like, this narrative now is that he is accepting fault. But at the beginning, that wasn't the case. That wasn't the case at all. Like, he's just, yeah, it's just not the case. Like, it kind of goes back to what you were saying, Yekum. It's like, he wasn't right. He wasn't saying he was wrong. And it is about that. Yeah. And it is about how long it took for him. And that's what people hated. For sure. Yeah.
I'd be super curious if, like, how chat reacts to that as well. I'm not looking. I don't think you should, but... Because I think
staring
that's
at
what
it?
people are missing from you. Is, like, when you... And this is what I think makes you...
The only reason he has any grain of whoops my bad is the amount of bad PR he got from it. Yeah. I think so. Yeah, he was never accepting his gameplay was flawed. Man.
you great is when you actually, your best content is not when you're logical. Your best content is when you're emotional. And the logic supports it. Like,
YouTube is fine. Seems like the comments are super delayed. Oh no, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's see.
the best content is when you're emotional.
Yeah,
And
there
the
is a
logic
decent
supports
delay
it.
on YouTube. Let me just refresh the live feed of YouTube. YouTube is fine. Seems like the comments are super delayed. Yeah, there's a bit of for sure delay. I can't. I don't know. I hope Twitch isn't delayed. Let's hear Twitch. I'm talking on Twitch. Test, test, test. I'm talking on Twitch. That's pretty close. That's like a couple seconds. That's pretty close. Oh, we're getting into a loop there.
There's logic there.
I'll probably be done really soon. I know, like, I didn't get through this whole thing, but I probably have to hop off soon. But I'll keep watching it for a little bit and find a stopping point. I'm sorry, anybody who was interested in Diablo, that this developed into this, but I found this stuff pretty interesting, even though it's kind of hard to talk about sometimes. I think it's really polarizing, you know. It's a really polarizing thing with this whole situation. Some people are on one side, some people are on the other, but it's all about like human. It's so many human aspects to this, you know. Accepting when you're wrong and like how you communicate that to people and all that sort of thing.
But you're like, look, I'm not willing to do that. Could I do that? Absolutely.
Dr.
I just don't
B.
think that's right.
Yeah.
I think that this is like a stupid fucking appeasement.
In order for me to be a doctor, I'd have to learn how to not write words. Dude, I want to go back. What are we at? 213. Okay. All right. Let's see what we can. Okay. Can you read this for me? Let's take a shot, guys. What's this first one say? What does this first one say, guys? What's this first line say? Let's see. Let's look at this handwriting. This is the worst. Death threats. I got that one. Okay, what about this one? What's this one? The second one. That's pretty hard, though. That's pretty hard. Like, if you really look at it, does that say death threats, or are you just making an assumption based on the context? Like, that is actually what it says. It does not read like that. Bury a lot of people. That is definitely not what that says. So this second one is banning a lot of people. All right, what about this one? What's this one? Third one, guys. We're having a quiz. We're having in order for you guys to be pharmacists, you have to be able to read doctor handwriting. Ghost dying. That is what that says. That is what that says. How do you read that though? That's crazy. You are using context clues like crazy. All right, what's this one? What the fuck does that say? What the fuck does that say? That's a crazy one. Trolling your chart. Okay, this one I'm pretty sure everyone's got. Kid calling you whatever. That's kid calling you whatever. Here's what happened. Okay. Here's what happened. Okay. I mean, this is Gish Galley. These people greater to what? Parasocial, WWE. Car analogy. Okay. Take control of the car. Okay. Car candy. This has been the most fun part, is actually making fun of the handwriting. Guys, I appreciate you guys watching and hanging out with me. I'm sorry if that is a unsatisfying end. I'm not dry, I'm Berg Parish. Where does it say? Oh, I'm not dry, I'm Berg Parish. Now I'm not. What does that actually say? I have no idea what that actually says. Yeah, but anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. We watched a couple hours of this. I promise we played Diablo. This was still a Diablo stream. We farmed out a mythic. We got a mythic, and we also are able to craft our Starless Skies ring. So we're going to be going for rank 1 doink. Not really. But you know what? I'll probably be playing the Mott beta really soon, because Diablo's kind of like winding down for me. There's a couple of things I still want to do, but you know, I'll probably hop on the beta and level a character, and we'll just do some more stuff like this. But that was fun, guys. Thank you for watching. I hope everyone loves themselves, you know. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys.